On Paranormal M, the stories don't just creep, they claw their way into your mind. With each episode, the veil lifts, and something haunted steps through. Subscribe now and click the bell so you're ready when it does. And if you're listening, click the little thumbs up button so we can get just a little bit higher above subterranean levels of YouTubiness. Well, that wasn't very professional. I think one might be a mimic. In my last post, I mentioned something taking the form of my dad. But today, things escalated. I think I might actually be dealing with a mimic. I have 2 dogs, and while neither of them is allowed in my room, my puppy loves sneaking in whenever she gets the chance. This afternoon, I left my door open, to let air circulate during the winter storm. I saw her standing in the doorway, and immediately reprimanded her. She bolted into my room and hid behind my jewelry holder. It's a big stand. I could still hear her moving around in there, so I started scolding her, trying to find where she went. That's when my mom called out from the living room asking why I was yelling, because the puppy was in her lap the whole time. I told myself I was just being paranoid. Went back to my room. About an hour later, same thing happened. I saw her creeping down the hallway, so I decided to catch her in the act. Settle down. I hid behind the jewelry holder, waiting for her to come in, and I saw her reflection in my mirror, waited about 5 minutes. But when I finally glanced in the mirror again, she wasn't just in the doorway. She was right next to me. I freaked out, left the room to get some water, only to find her still laying next to my mom in the living room. This made me reconsider everything I've been experiencing. I think I may have multiple spirits here. One mimic, and another that seems more benign. The benign one has been with me for a long time. Like when I was 12, during a really tough time in my life. I remember something throwing food at me during meals. At first, it felt annoying. But looking back, it almost seemed like it was trying to help in a weird way. Another time, I was crying in my room with a blanket over me. I felt the bed sink and something patting my back. I thought it was my brother, but when I yelled at him to stop, he called out from across the room, "I'm not touching you, I'm playing Fortnite." Pulled the blanket off, and sure enough, he was sitting at his desk on the other side of the room. But this kind of thing happened often. I'd feel the bed dip as though somebody was sitting next to me. It never scared me. I've also had a history of seeing things others can't, even since I was a toddler, so maybe it's all connected. For now, I'm just trying to piece it all together. Is the mimic new? Is the benign spirit trying to protect me? I'm not sure, but I'll update again if anything else happens. What are the chances my great-aunt's house is haunted? I, a 17-year-old female, have always had some level of sensitivity to the paranormal. If you scroll through my old posts, you'll see what I mean. But right now, I'm staying the night at my great-aunt's house for the first time ever, to take care of her after surgery. And let's just say, this house has some serious history. It was originally built in the 1800s, used to be an old hotel, and then it was converted into a Civil War hospital at one point. She lived here for years, and now she's alone since my uncle passed a few years ago, and so did her dog, which makes the house feel even quieter. Despite all that, I don't feel super uneasy overall, at least not on the main floor. I actually feel relatively safe downstairs, but upstairs gives me a different kind of vibe. It's not outright malicious, but I definitely feel a shift in energy up there. Just off, if that makes sense. Also, her house is in between 2 churches. One feels calm and comforting, but the other gives me sketchy vibes I can't explain. Weirdest thing, though, is there's this old photo of the original owners in one of the upstairs rooms. And every single time I see it, I feel deeply unsettled. It's like they're watching, or like there's some kind of energy clinging to it. It's not jump scare level creepy, but it sticks with me in a weird way. Anyway, I'm here overnight and curious what people think. Is this just old energy and residual stuff? Or does it sound like something more active? Open to any thoughts or suggestions. The Phantom Rest Stop. Back in the mid-80s, we were traveling through Tennessee. We were on the way to visit friends in Texas. Mom was driving. I, a teenager, was navigating by using a paper map. These were the days before cell phones and GPS. Right there with you. Made it past Nashville on I-40 pretty late at night. Maybe an hour outside the city. Charting our progress old school, pencil and paper. We pass an exit and I mark it. A minute later, a summer thunderstorm hit. Visibly dropped to nothing. All traffic slows to a crawl. We decide to pull off at the next possible exit, find a motel to spend the night, because there's no way we're making significant progress in this storm. Slow, white-knuckled driving ensues. An exit looms on the right. No signage we can see in the downpour, and we take it. At the top of the exit ramp, we turn toward a brilliantly lit-up gas station. Left turn was onto an overpass crossing I-40. No lights from that side of the interstate. We're on a dinky little road now. This is weird. I've been in the same place as this person writing the story. Sorry. So, to our right, the gas station, which we're rapidly passing. To our left and back behind some trees was what looked like a motel. Couldn't make out the sign well in the rain. Drove past the gas station before we really realized that the road just ended ahead. The gas station was the only building on this side road. Went from 1.5 lane paved to 1 lane gravel. To, we could see a short way ahead, like a tire track of dirt and grass all over the space of maybe 20 yards. That's weird. Now we were past the gas station. There's only one turnoff from this road, and it was on our left. We took it, tried to back up and turn around to get back to the gas station. Unfortunately, the paved slope, that narrow driveway-sized sort of turn-off, led steeply down into a huge mud pit. No backing up off of it. Mom put the car into low gear, turned hard, headed back to the gravel road through the mud. We almost made it out, but got mired. Front passenger tire caught in the corner of an exposed concrete storm drain, maybe 3 feet from the road. Out of the car, into the rain and mud. Walked to the gas station. Place was spotless, super bright, and had 2 young men behind the counter. What sounded like one of Elvis's songs is playing on the radio inside. Attendant's first words on seeing us walk in. "Did you get stuck in the mud?" They said it was super enthusiastically, too. Way too happy of a greeting, like Disney staffer welcoming you as you walk into the park for the first time levels of happy. Also, these night shift clerks were dressed in suits that looked about 30 years out of date. Place was kind of creepy. Admitted we had gotten stuck, asked if there was a tow truck company we could call. Pulled out a phone book, and again, this was before cell phones or the internet. Started talking to each other. Not a Nashville phone book, some little township. Population couldn't have been more than 100 from a handful of white pages, but the book had dozens of yellow pages of nothing but tow truck companies. Like literally hundreds of tow truck companies for this town too small to even appear in the map. Attendants had a friendly debate about whose turn it was to come get a car out of the mud. Decided to skip over the company who was theoretically next because there was some sort of problem with them the last time they were called out for a tow. Made a decision on who to call, let Mom use their phone, and more weirdness. Creepiness intensifies. Still storming, though less now. Tow truck arrives maybe 5 minutes later. Brilliant white. Not a speck of dirt or drop of mud on it, and I'd seen vehicles in a new car lot that were dirtier. 2 young men in the truck were also dressed like they stepped out of the 1950s. Freshly polished patent leather shoes with a drop of mud on them, or rather without one. Starched white shirts, paper hats, bow ties. We hiked across the street next door to the mud pit where our car is stuck. Tow truck guys are horrified. "They almost get out of the mud," they say to each other repeatedly. The subtext from their shocked tone is clear. No one must ever escape the mud pit on their own. These people will have to take some sort of action to make sure nobody else gets as close as we did to escaping. They tow our car out. Easy peasy. We all go back to the gas station, pay the tow truck drivers for services. Tow truck drivers let gas station attendants know Mom and I almost made it out of the mud on our own. Attendants are horrified and shocked by this. By now, getting huge uncanny valley vibes from all 4 of these quote-unquote men, and not just them. Whole place is too clean, too brightly lit, and too weirdly out of date. It was kind of a surprisingly good facsimile of a small-town rest stop populated by real humans. Almost perfect, in fact. We're definitely in Creepy Town. Sounds good to me. If these guys were human, there was something seriously off about them. If they weren't, they almost had their ordinary human act down pat. The tow truck drivers drive off. Attendants turn all super friendly again and ask my mom and me if we're going to stay the night at the hotel across the road. They're so excited that we might spend the night here. Talk about how great it is. Mom and I make no committal noises, return to the car. I tell Mom, we're not staying here tonight. She agrees wholeheartedly, rain's finally letting up too. Drive straight back out to the interstate. Didn't pass go. Didn't even go near Creepy Town's motel parking lot. Drive down I-40 to the very next exit. It was maybe 5 miles. Pull off. Spend the night in a kind of crappy but ordinary motel. At least it's not the Bates Motel, we joke. The rest of the trip goes well. Then several days later on the way home, Mom and I decide we really would like to see some Creepy Town in the light of day. Couldn't have been that weird, could it? Heading back up I-40, past the exit where we actually did spend the night on the way down, can see the hotel and the exit number matches notes I'd made on the map. Start looking for the next exit. The exit to Creepy Town. Should be maybe 5 miles along with an overpass. 5 miles pass, no exit, no overpass. 5 more miles later, we find the next exit off I-40, and it's the one I had marked as being right before the storm first hit. In short, Creepy Town does not exist as an exit. I've traveled I-40 many times since, often remarking that, hey, there's the exit where that weird storm hit and we went to Creepy Town. And there's the exit where we actually did spend the night. Never found Creepy Town exit between those 2 points ever again, day or night, rain or shine. Sometimes that overpass is only on one side of the highway. Weird thing is, I think I know exactly what you're talking about. Not that I'm from that part of the country, but I've been through it enough. The Indian at the foot of my bed. When I was a child, we lived on the outer border of Las Vegas, right by the mountains. We'd moved into a new house and I was super excited. I was an only child. I had the pick out of 3 bedrooms. I started in one room, but was plagued by nightmares almost immediately. I told my parents that I was afraid of my bedroom. I moved into another room and thought that would solve the problem. My father was gifted and told me that he knew why I was scared by moving rooms and wouldn't solve the problem. Only I could solve the problem. First few nights in the new room were awesome. was so comfortable. I felt safe. I slept great. Till I saw him standing outside the door. Turned my back toward the door and promptly fell asleep. By the end of the first week in the room, I was sleeping with the movie playing on repeat, the bathroom across the hall's light on. The nightmares got so bad that I'd wake up screaming, drenched in sweat. Couldn't handle it anymore. Nor could my parents. So I moved into the last room available. Years passed. No issues. Figured my dad took care of it, or it was over and I was free. 7 years passed and I started having repetitive dreams, not nightmares. Just strange repetitive dreams. I'd gotten a new bed, a captain's bed in fact. I relished in the thought that nothing could grab my feet as I got out of bed, and yeah, I still had that fear. One night I was in a deep sleep, dreaming again of a forest filled with people hiding amongst the trees. I remember feeling something grab my ankle in my dream, and then I started sliding like I was being pulled. I woke myself up, by the way, yay for vivid dreaming. And I was sliding down my bed and something did have hold of my ankle. I remember staring at this old Native American man and thinking that it was the moment I was going to be killed by this angry spirit. I screamed. Only a little though, because my father's word popped into my head. Only I could solve the problem. So I sternly told him to let me go and quit bothering me. And to my surprise, he let me go. But he just stood there and stared at me. Every night for a week he stood there and stared at me, but he didn't touch me. He just watched. I asked my dad what to do, and he simply said, "Ask him why." Next night I asked him why, and he whispered to me, "This is my land, and you don't belong here." He simply walked out. This led to some research on the area that we lived in. There hadn't been any indigenous living in the area for hundreds of years. I didn't know what to do. Come to find out, he just wanted me to know the land was his, and I was okay with that. I just didn't want him staring at me. Told him that he could stay, but he needed to respect us in the way that we were respecting him, by allowing him to stay. My father and I made it very clear that he was not allowed to touch or scare any of us anymore. If he agreed to that, we wouldn't cleanse him from the house or the land. I did see him around the house more often as the gift strengthened, and I started to see other people too. My father's guardian angel. The house that I grew up in was totally haunted. I already wrote about the Indian that haunted us. There was also a little girl. Or was it? My father was riddled with cancer by the time I was 15. We all knew there's no coming back, so we focused on just keeping him comfortable, fulfilling his last wishes. To put some context behind this, you all should know that I'm completely squeamish when it comes to vomit, and my father's cancer is part of the reason why. One day I came home from a friend's house. My father was sitting in his chair. He knew I was squeamish and told me to go upstairs. I went upstairs and shut my bedroom door because I knew what was happening. A few minutes later, I hear my dad talking, like having a full-on conversation. I thought he was on the phone and kind of just brushed it off. I hear my dad yell for me. So I open my door, go downstairs to what I assumed was helping him get comfortable and start a movie. I walked down the stairs and he looked shocked at seeing me come down the stairs, and as a reminder, my father and I, both physical mediums and insanely spiritually sensitive, I asked him what was wrong. "I saw you walk to the bathroom while I was in there, go into the kitchen. Thought you were in the kitchen." I looked at him like he was slightly crazy and told him that I'd gone upstairs like he told me to. He just kind of shook his head and said, "She's back." Kind of pale a little bit too, because there's a little girl who's incredibly sweet and brought a calmness to our house. And there was an older girl, probably mid to late 20s, brought absolute chaos. I asked him for a little more detail as to what he saw, and which he meant. My dad, had extreme bouts of pain. While I set up his movie and got him comfortable, he screamed in complete agony. I froze to let it pass and see if this she made an appearance. And lucky us, well, she did, and even more luckily it was the calm one. She just came strolling out of the kitchen like she owned the place, walked over to us. She looked at me, smiled, and looked at my dad and frowned sympathetically. She reached out and removed my hand from my dad's leg and replaced it with her own. My dad said a complete calmness filled him, and all the pain just evaporated like she pushed a magical button. But then looked at me, smiled, walked out of the room. My dad always claimed that she was his guardian angel because she always brought calmness and relieved his pain. What he didn't know was that after he was gone, much, much later might have had, the girl of calm revealed that she and the girl of chaos was one and the same. I go by that house sometimes, and sometimes I see her looking out the window, waiting for me to come back. Ghost attack on my school. In my second year of college now, and this happened back when I was in 4th grade after I transferred schools to my father's province. It was a long time ago, but I don't think I'll be forgetting what happened anytime soon. It was super creepy, bruh. The school I went to had both a high school and an elementary department. They were near each other and separated by an open canteen. We had a church near the main gate as well. It started as an ordinary day for me. We were one subject away from finishing class for that day when suddenly one of the teachers came knocking on her door. She urged our teacher to come speak with her outside quickly. A few minutes passed by and our teachers came back looking super serious. She said to quickly pack up quietly, to not make a sound no matter what, and when we leave the classroom in the school, our teacher had a serious, fearful expression, which kind of scared me. One of the girls started to get really scared, so she started to cry, so my teacher hurried to her and had to calm her down before we exit the room. And at that point, I was like, fuck, I'm scared as shit now. After everybody packed their bags, we formed a line. We held each other's hands and left the classroom guided by our teacher. Usually at the end of the day after class, you could hear children playing outside the classrooms out in the field near the playground, or the students practicing their dance performances, but not this time. When we left the classroom, everything was quiet. Too quiet for comfort. When we reached the boundary that separated the elementary from the high school campus, that's when I saw it, near the canteen. There were 12 to 15 high school students, all on the ground laying on a towel. Some were unconscious. Some were screaming like they were in pain. Some were held down by teachers because they were trying to hurt themselves. That scene was enough to give trauma to any 4th grader. After we passed by and got to the main gate, there was a priest there sprinkling holy water on all the elementary students that were leaving early that day. The school had contacted our parents earlier, so my dad was already waiting there by the main gate to pick me up. School was suspended for a week after that. I went back to visit the school the next day with my dad, and I don't know what I was thinking. Apparently, he was close friends with the principal of the elementary department, so he wanted to ask what really happened. So there was an ongoing construction for a new building on the high school campus. The day of the incident, construction workers were digging when they found human bones everywhere in the area they were digging. Apparently, before the high school was constructed, it used to be a cemetery. What we're thinking to build a school over a cemetery, bruh. Sorry, I can't stand that word. No offense, but if I read bruh, I'm gonna read it long ways. Landscape. Sometime after that, there were high school students in different classrooms acting out or passing out, so they sent each of them outside near the canteen to watch over them. Here's the even scarier part. One of the students got possessed by one of the spirits whose bones were moved. They said they demanded an offering, not a student. or they'll continue to curse the children. Forgot what other things they demanded, but the one thing I'm sure of is they wanted a cooked native chicken to be offered near the giant acacia tree that was in the center of the campus. After that, everything went back to normal. And after that, 1 week school was suspended. Managed to finish 4th grade there at least before never returning to my father's province ever again. There's a small pause before acacia. Is that right? Acacia, Asacia, Akakia, Acacia. Something I can't explain happened to me last night. Tuesday night leading up to going to bed was normal. My boyfriend and our 2 dogs live on the top floor of an apartment building. Around 10 p.m. we got off the couch and proceeded to get ready for bed. Important to know, I wear contacts and glasses, and this night I'd been wearing glasses. I had a really hard time falling asleep. Racing thoughts, not about anything important, just couldn't get my brain to turn off. The boyfriend is asleep next to me. Out of nowhere, I get this incredibly strong feeling that I'm being watched from the area of our room that leads to the connected bathroom. The feeling is so strong that I'm mentally bracing myself for whatever it is to touch me. Didn't turn around to look, and eventually I just fell asleep. That's fake snoring because I lost my spot in the story. I didn't sleep great that night, but my boyfriend reports that he slept like a rock. My alarm goes off at 5:15 a.m. We both get up to get ready for the gym. I open a fresh pack of daily contacts and head out. At this point, I've completely forgotten about the weird feeling I had the night before. The rest of the day goes on as normal, and by the way, this is a Wednesday. Wednesday evening, I go to the bathroom to take my contacts out. It's important to note that while I use daily lenses, I often store them in a contact case so I can use the same lenses multiple times to save some money. Reach for my contact case, both sides have their respective lids closed. The left side is kind of gooey to the touch, and I unscrew the lid to find the left side 3/4 filled with a thick Aquaphor-type balm. I'm puzzled by this because I didn't do it, and neither did my 20/20 vision boyfriend. I unscrew the right side of the case to find it full of contact solution and an old lens that I had forgotten that I'd already had a pair open when I used new lenses that morning. As I'm standing there trying to make sense of what I'm looking at, 2 memories come back to me. 1, the feeling I had the night before being watched from the bathroom, and 2, after coming home from the gym that morning, I had seen the tube of off-brand Aquaphor balm on the bathroom counter open. It had not been used by us. I closed it, put it away. Didn't think of it again until I saw the contact case. My boyfriend and I are totally stumped as to how this happened. Neither of us have a history of sleepwalking. Of course, it's not out of the question, it just seems really unlikely. Especially with 2 dogs who tend to bark when woken up from sounds in the night. Could this be something paranormal or a glitch in the Matrix? And again, seems strange that an entity would just watch me at night from the bathroom and then mess with my contacts and lotions. But who knows? Could this be some sort of strange glitch in which an alternate reality version of one of us did this? I thought maybe somehow the balm leaked into the case, but it's just impossible because 1, the balms are really thick and doesn't leak. It's got to squeeze with some decent pressure to get it out of the tube, and the tops of the contact cases were both closed. There's also no way anybody could come into our house in the night and do this. Doors locked, dogs would have freaked out. One final note, and then I'll stop my rambling. I've experienced only 2 other odd things in this apartment. On one occasion, in the middle of the night, I woke up, heard 2 knocks on the wall. Second occasion, the same thing happened, but this time my boyfriend heard it as well. Important to note that none of the 4 walls of our bedroom are shared with other units, so it wasn't a neighbor. I'm really interested to see what you all think this could be. did one of us, at 26 years old, just randomly start sleepwalking? I'm at a complete and total loss. Greek season. So I was with this girl, and we went to work in Greece for a few months. They're like super religious, and there was a painting of Jesus hung up on their bedroom wall. None of us believed in that stuff, so we took it down after a few nights. That same night, my girlfriend woke us up in bed, saying there was somebody at the end of the bed. Obviously, I was startled and turned on the light, but no one was there. I told her she's just dreaming and to go back to sleep. The next night, she does the same thing. Wakes me up because somebody's now sat on the bed, and this time I don't turn the light on. I ask what he looks like, and what he's wearing, and is he threatening, etc. She tells me he's wearing a different top from yesterday, and he's not threatening. She feels a weird, relaxed feeling, as if she's known him for years. Now, trust me, this girl would freak at the smallest of spiders. But anyways, I try to see him myself, and I can't, so I turn the light on, and he disappears. We turn it back off, and he's gone, and she never saw him again after that. Interestingly, her mom had a baby boy, 2 years before my ex. He died shortly after birth, and my ex was convinced the ghost would have been the right age to be her brother, and that's why she thinks that she wasn't scared. Ghost dog belonging to home's previous owner never left. When we moved into her home almost 2 years ago, the previous owner had left us a short note, welcoming us to the neighborhood, hoping we'd love the house like they did, generic stuff. With this note, they also included a black and white photo of an older-looking yellow lab. The note didn't address the photo at all. In talking to the neighbors, we gathered the previous owners had had several dogs. We wondered why they had only left a photo of one. Shortly after moving into the house, we adopted a yellow lab mix of our own. For a while, he was fixated on a spot in the yard, sniffing and trying to dig. This behavior stopped fairly quickly, but the pieces clicked and we couldn't shake the suspicion that the dog in the photo was buried in the yard. Imagine this is pretty common and never disclosed. When little weird things started to happen around the house, like the stereo randomly turning on at full volume, lights turning on their own, we started to jokingly blame the ghost dog. The stereo is really weird, but we have smart bulbs that sometimes don't work right, so we didn't really think too much of it. Smart bulbs? Well, one night I woke up and saw what looked like my dog standing by the bedroom door. Assuming he needed to pee, I immediately got up to let him outside. That's when I realized my dog was sleeping soundly in the bed next to me. The dog at the door was gone. I wanted to take this as confirmation of the ghost dog we'd been joking about, but I also supposed it could have just been a half-dream of a half-awake dog owner. But the last occurrence is the one that I really can't explain. Standing in the bedroom in the same spot where I'd seen the dog months earlier, my recently adopted dog, by the way, we have 2 now, maybe 3, was standing next to me, and 2 heavy drawers in the filing cabinet underneath my partner's desk opened and shut twice rapidly on their own. I stood frozen for a solid minute. I stared at my dog, wondering if she could have somehow been responsible for this. She had been near the cabinet, but not touching it. When I tried to replicate the movement, found it impossible to do so without using both hands to physically pull the drawers open using the handles. So now I'm sad. I firmly believe in this ghost dog. Dog probably loved their owners and now they're gone. The dog's still here, and I whisper, "I love you, I'm sorry they left," to the empty space near the bedroom door. Paranormal childhood. It started when I was around 2 or 3. Don't remember some of the events fully, but I've heard the stories from family members many times. It happened a couple days after my uncle, my mom's cousin, passed away, and I was around 3 years old. He's been sick, but was being treated, so his death was sudden and unexpected. Didn't really understand that he passed, and none of the young children in my family attended the services. We stayed home with an older cousin. That night I slept in bed with my mom, and a few hours after falling asleep, she suddenly woke up to find me sitting up in bed staring at her. Before she could speak, I said, "Hello, Lindy. Tell Vicky I'm okay and stop crying so much." Then I laid down. My mom was in shock, and her name is Linda, and her cousin was the only person who called her Lindy. Vicky was his longtime girlfriend who took his death very hard. I think my mom told her what I said, but I don't know if it gave her any comfort. My grandma's sister, Georgia, was my mom's godmother, and they were very close. At least since my grandma passed away when my mom was 11. She was there for my mom when she needed a mom and to get a break from her house full of brothers. Georgia and my grandma both passed away from brain aneurysms at young ages. My grandma about 5 years before Georgia. So, sadly, I never had the chance to meet either of them. One day I was talking on a toy phone and I started telling my mom she said to tell you hi, and she said that she misses you. At first, my mom dismissed it as me just playing. Then I started to say things that my mom and her godmother shared together. I'd have no way of knowing them. Remember the pretty dress I took you to get in your first dance? Eventually, my mom asked who I was talking to, and I asked the phone, "What's your name?" I told my mom. She said she's Georgia. My mom was freaked out by that one, and from then on always asked me who I was talking to when I used the play phone. This last one I remember most vividly, and I believe it's the reason why I no longer have the abilities I did as a young child. My mom's oldest brother committed suicide when I was 5. I was very close with him. He would take me and his 2 daughters out every Friday and spend time with us. I didn't have a dad in my life, so he filled that role for me. I understood my mom telling me he was gone, but I didn't fully get the concept of death yet. When the funeral came around, there was no viewing because he had been cremated. All my cousins were crying, and I asked them why. They said because our uncle was dead. Didn't understand the grief at the time because I was still seeing my uncle. Told them he's still here and I see him. They all told me that wasn't possible, and when I insisted I was in fact seeing him, it turned into my cousins mocking me, obviously not believing me. Eventually I hid in a coat closet and talked to my uncle. I remember him telling me that he's dead, but I can still see him for now, and they just don't understand that. He told me I might not always be able to see him anymore, and he was sorry for that, but he was okay and I would be too. That was when I first learned what death meant, and how unusual it was to communicate with people who had died. I haven't communicated with any spirits since then, though I often have strange dreams and other unexplainable events do occur. The old woman looking for her daughter. One fall evening, my mom, sister, niece, and I were all hanging out in the kitchen. It was while my mom was cooking. That's when we heard a knock on the back door. This was strange because we were all home and nobody typically came through the back door. We had to walk past the front door, there's a doorbell, and down the driveway and through the gate. So at the back door, there was a small elderly woman claiming to be looking for her daughter. She had a heavy European accent and was wearing lots of gold jewelry, ring on every finger, multiple chains around her neck and bracelets on her wrists that made noise with every movement. I remember my mom saying she was dressed like a gypsy. My mom told her daughter wasn't here and she must have the wrong house. The woman grew visibly upset, asked to be invited inside. Of course, my mom refused, offered to call the police to help her find her daughter. The old woman said no, she just wants to come inside. Her daughter will be here. My mom told her she couldn't come inside, and the old woman said, okay, I'll leave now, but tell my daughter I'll come back. My mom closed and locked the door. We had all heard the encounter, so my sister immediately ran to the front doors to lock them as well. Noticed we couldn't see the woman walking away. It was like she vanished after my mom closed the door. There was no way she could have made it down the driveway and cleared of sight in those few seconds. I guess my mom didn't think much of it at that point. We did live in an area with some kooky people. And just to give you an idea of the layout of our house, you enter the front door, which was a steel door with 3 locks, and you go up a couple steps to an enclosed front porch. Go through another door, which was a big, heavy wooden door with 1 deadbolt lock. Then inside the house, it's like the living room and a straight shot through the kitchen. Back room to the back door, which was a wooden door with 2 locks. You can see the back door from the front door that takes you into the house. I hope that makes sense. After dinner, we all sat in the living room to watch a movie. That's when the power went out. My mom and sister decided to try making it fun for us by lighting candles and bringing out flashlights and telling ghost stories. We all went around laughing and telling silly ghost stories with a flashlight shining under our chins. Right after my sister finished her story, first front door, the one leading outside, blew open, like violently, to the point the doorknob left a mark on the wall, followed by the second front door, the one leading to the living room. That's where we currently were on the edge of our seats for my sister's ghost story. Then the back door. All 3 doors had been locked after the old woman left. Before anybody could react, a sudden gust of wind came through, and I can remember actually shivering from it. Then the back door slammed shut, porch door slammed shut, front door slammed shut. And after the first few seconds of shock wore off, my mom got up to check the doors, and we're all still locked, basically, and power came back on a few moments later, TV blasting full volume. Scared us all half to death. We decided to all sleep in the living room together with the lights and the TV on that night. I started an experiment to contact somebody from another Earth. Because it seems a common theme among ghosts, demons, angels, UFOs, etc., is that they may in fact be results of parallel planes, realities, and worlds interacting with one another. Thought it might be interesting to try an EVP experiment to contact somebody from one of them. Granted, just pulling out a voice recorder and asking for somebody to come through would be far from ideal, but who is to say that the results wouldn't get contaminated? I had to devise a method to pinpoint an exact person to talk to, somebody who would be quote-unquote sensitive to these things, but would be knowledgeable to know how to respond. Basically, I charted a path that would work, and concept like messages bouncing through space to a satellite before they're delivered to another person. While it would be interesting to contact me from another Earth, the limitations of the experiment made it so this wouldn't be a smart thing to, really produce genuine results. Who's to say I wouldn't just alter the clips to make it seem like I got something? Who's to say that isn't what I did? Though it isn't a smart thing to do, all I have to offer is, at this time at least, is to validate the potential that something came through is my word. Experiment's ongoing. Linked below is a set of audio clips from the first test. All I need now is a few good ears to listen, report back on what they heard, in order to prevent potentially priming you to hear certain things I don't want to share too many details on how the experiment's being conducted, at least not just yet. But I will be honest, the intended target won't be difficult to guess. Fictional characters coming to life. I have little to no memory of some OG. My earliest encounters of my family still tell stories about how I seemingly knew who was calling before the phone would ring. how he knew my stepmother was pregnant before she had any signs, things of that nature. I looked into family history and I managed to trace similar incidents taking place on both sides of my family. I could go on with my numerous encounters and the research operation I built around them that stumps even my contacts in mainstream science. But that's a novel in itself, and for those who are interested, it's yet to be verified, but there is some speculation. Maybe I'm a distant cousin of Ed and Lorraine Morin. However, I wanted to talk about one of the strangest cases I've taken on. Not too long ago, I read that there have been quite a few authors and creatives who believe they met their creations in our world. It's an interesting situation regardless of whether or not you believe it. Thought myself it was strange until I had something similar happen to me. Just out of high school, I started writing a series titled The Ones Who Walk All Worlds. It was a science fiction series. It was based loosely on my cases, research, and theories. Obviously, the protagonist was modeled after myself. To make a long story short, it is possible I wrote about my friend's murder, my family breaking apart, and meeting the woman I intend to marry. While all of this sounds like tulpas, I began to wonder if by some chance there was something more. What if by some chance parallel worlds are involved, or ghosts, or demons, or angels, or UFOs, and... They're all allegedly possible because other dimensional planes interacting with our own could exist. To be realistic, the only proof which could validate there's anything to this idea would be to establish contact with another world. If ghosts and demons and angels all came from higher dimensions, then by logic of superstring theory, said dimensions should be connected to multiple worlds just like our own. These other worlds would be more likely to sustain nearly identical circumstances, which created the world as we know it now, and anyone with the right ability, technological or magical, could easily move between worlds without much repercussions. Since spirit summoning is potentially the closest anybody is capable of making contact with beings in these other worlds, I was going to have to use it to do just that. However, I couldn't just send an open invitation. Too much risk of something dangerous or completely unexpected intercepted. Basically, if there was any credibility behind the theories, anything from a wandering spirit to even passing extraterrestrials could invite themselves in. While both are potentially world-changing efforts, I also needed to restrict the intended recipient to one individual in particular. Think of it like this. If you wanted to make a phone call to tell a significant other you love them, you wouldn't want to call just to go to the crazy lady who can talk to animals by eating rocks, would you? Alrighty then. Going back to the article I linked, there's one person that would be the perfect candidate. He seems to be one of the most active examples. Sensitive to paranormal energies, knowledgeable in the occult, and less likely to think themselves as possibly schizophrenic. I'm able to go through and speak to him, as it was he who I was trying to contact in the couple of videos I posted here. John Constantine. Now you see why I say this is one of the strangest cases I've dealt with. I'm certain that maybe Constantine himself actually responded. Being that the latest CW crossover is supposed to wrap up soon, the official title of the case is The Hunt for Infinite Earths. Something strange that happened to me as a kid. I wanted to share something weird that happened to me when I was a kid. Around 8 to 10 years old. Sometime between 2008 and 2010. It wasn't terrifying or anything, just strange. Still think about it from time to time, and I've never really been able to explain it. I've searched for years for similar stories. And while I found echoes of it, nothing matches exactly. Not even ChatGPT can give me the answer. Maybe somebody here can help me make sense of it. That summer, I'm staying at my aunt's house, far away from the city. My parents were working, and my aunt and her family were away on holiday. So I was alone during the day. The house is in a quiet area, and back then there weren't many houses around, and the property had a big fenced-in yard. Front gate couldn't be opened just as that. It only opened from the outside with a key. So it usually just kept the front door of the house open for fresh air, and it felt safe. I was inside watching cartoons when I suddenly heard someone right next to the entrance door, like footsteps or movement. It startled me, so I got up to check, and when I looked outside, I saw a little girl standing just outside the open door at the top of the stairs. She had very light blonde hair and looked around my age or younger. Normal clothes, nothing unusual about her appearance. Don't remember her face clearly, but I do remember how bright the sun was on hers, and she didn't feel scary. Seemed just calm and kind of quiet. I asked her who she was and what she was doing there. She told me she was from around the neighborhood. No name or actual details, and at the time I didn't question it. But later I realized that it didn't really make much sense. I invited her to come inside and watch cartoons or something, but she politely refused. Talked for a few minutes, and I wish I remembered the exact words. But at some point, she said she had to go. I told her goodbye, and she walked away around the side of the house, heading toward the gate. It took me a minute to realize, wait, is she going to leave if the gate's locked? Again, my parents locked it in a way nobody could ever get in or out from the house. I ran after her around the back of the house where the gate is, but she was already gone. The gate hadn't been opened. It's still locked. There's no way she could have left through it without somebody unlocking it or something. One detail that really stuck with me when we were standing outside talking is a big gust of wind suddenly picked up. The wind chime above the door started moving and making sounds. Just added to the weird vibe of the moment. Still, I wasn't scared when I was talking to her. It only came later with the years when I started thinking more about it. When my parents and all got back together, I told them what happened. No one believed me. They said there were no kids in the area, no visitors, nothing like that, and I know what I saw, though. No, I talked to her. It wasn't a dream or imagination. It was a pretty sharp and grounded kid myself, and I remember how confused I felt when she was just gone. I still wonder about it. Why did she show up, and why didn't she come in, even though I invited her? Was it because I wasn't really in my house and the invitation didn't count, or was there some other reason? I'm not saying that it was paranormal, but it's one of those things that never really added up. Love to hear your thoughts. It happened over a decade ago, but it stayed with me because it felt too real to dismiss. Ghost telling me to go to bed. I've always been a believer in the paranormal. Always will be. I grew up in a house that me and my sisters believed to be haunted. We all had our own, but similar experiences. My parents are also believers, but always denied or tried to debunk any stories we told them. In elementary and middle school, I would frequently hear tapping on the ceiling. Light, but only happened late at night and no one else ever heard it. I was never scared of the noise and eventually realized it must have been telling me to go to sleep. It would only happen if I stayed up past my bedtime. Wouldn't happen every night, but enough that it became a pattern almost. I named the ghost Mary because it started around the same time that I learned about Bloody Mary. I grew to be comforted by her and would listen when I heard the taps and go to sleep. It would even happen when I moved rooms, but I stopped once I moved into the basement bedroom. We also believed there's not a really nice spirit in the basement. Nothing harmful, but more of a trickster. I think about Mary a lot and wonder about her. And sometimes I still sleep in the room when I visit my parents, but never heard the taps again. Either whatever's in the basement scared her off or she found peace and moved on. Either way, I missed her a lot. I've also had things disappear, like a pillow thrown at my face from across my room and my name being called when I'm home alone. Me and my sisters have had all the same experiences of footsteps following us up the stairs from the basement. and I've seen shadow figures clear as day. Most of the activity seemed to be contained to either my old bedroom or the basement. The house was built in the 50s, and we're the third family to live there with no reports of deaths on the property. So I always wonder where these spirits came from. I think I've moved into a house with something going on. I moved into a property, which is a rental, the 2nd of January. All good, no issues, everything as per usual, but first bit of what the fuck happened maybe a week after. Nobody was staying, I was just painting and decorating with the assistance of either my dad or friends. At bloody speed, as I have 2 kids and needed the help. Anyway, I remember, and this was also witnessed by 2 others, I took the lid off of a paint tub, placed it into the floor with a bit that faces the paint facing toward the ceiling, as why wouldn't you? So I'm blasting the ceilings everywhere upstairs with the maid my dad's downstairs. Get the first coat on and decide brew time. As we're standing in the kitchen, we all hear like a knock with a small echo from upstairs. Hadn't been there for maybe 2 minutes, so I ignored it and thought it was just the house noise. Anyway, we went up, the lid moved completely from the room it was originally into the hallway. It was now the wrong side up. There were no windows open, and this is northwest England in January, not a chance. Anyway, I put it down to maybe he kicked or knocked it or something. I didn't have the time to contemplate his loads to do. Well, at first, got the painting, wallpapering, and a lot done within 5 or 6 days. And at this point, I had to go back to work a few days, so my hero of a dad was building wardrobes while I was working. Every night, as at this point I had temporarily moved into my dad's until I could stay, he would tell me this happened, and it was weird, like he'd put a bottle of water on the window ledge, go to the toilet, come downstairs to make a sandwich, or kick up a pot noodle, and he'd go back up and it'd fallen off and water's everywhere. Happened with pencils and screwdrivers also. He was quick to rubbish it and claim there'd be a breeze when the blinds go up and there's no furniture in the rooms and the doors are back on, and it would turn out to be nothing. So after everything was done, beds and doors, the lot, it was finally the first time I could stay the night. I was tired, to be honest, running bulk loads of clothes of mine to my daughters and sons. I got about 90% of it done and decided to call it a day and got a shower, got into bed. Woke that night as I heard a bang and walked out of my room to see my daughter's bedroom door closed. It was maybe 100% open. Went to bed, again no windows open. Yet I doubted myself, questioning if I'd closed it, so scouted the rooms, nothing out of place. So again I thought the house noise and I left it. Fast forward several nights later. It's my weekend. So the kids decide to just hop on the PlayStation and have a few beers while playing with the boys. Anyway, I wrapped up at around 1 or 2 a.m., made a drink, brought it up to my bedroom, placing it on the bedside table. From there, I go brush my teeth and I hear the glass fall. I ran, toothbrush still in my mouth, it's on the floor. This was a full pint glass of water. There's no way this falls with a breeze. So then I'm on the edge and no idea, just choose to ignore it, eventually falling asleep. Now it's not just me. It's like happening more and more frequently, to the point of last week whilst my kids were here. I woke up after again hearing a knock to see the hall light on. So I go out and I look, and it's not just the hall light, it's the bathroom one also. So I quickly check the kids' daughters. They're asleep, the light's off. Son's asleep, turn the light off, go around the house checking every light. And on my way up the stairs into the landing, I just ask, can you please leave my children out of this? And I absolutely shit you not. My sons play electric guitar, started playing one of the default push-button songs, and I shit myself. Ran in, grabbed it, turned it off before I could wake, and sat in the hallway with that guitar, pulled the batteries out of the lot. Couldn't believe it, genuinely in shock, as if the timing was too perfect. So for some reason in that instance, I decided, fuck this, woke my son and daughter to get into my bed. They did, and after about half an hour they were both fast asleep again. I'm on edge, but at least I can see them. And anyways, as I'm drifting off now, a Buzz Lightyear doll's blasting off into space. Same as the guitar, I grabbed it, but this thing needs a screwdriver to get the batteries. So I let it say what it needed and shoved it under the mattress to null the sound. After that, nothing seemed to happen for the next hour, so I managed to get 2 hours of sleep. Weird experience I had. When I was around 8 or 9, there was a small grocery store just down the road from my house called Willows Park Grocery. I recently did some digging and found out that it's actually one of the oldest grocery stores in the area. According to the Oak Bay archives, that kind of history honestly just adds to the creepy vibe of what happened. But anyway, back to the story. We'd always known the owners of the store, no matter who they were, and at the time it was run by a married couple, Karen and Bruce. They had renovated the inside and were super friendly with their family. We were close enough that they'd let me go behind the counter or even hang out in the back room sometimes. But one day, Karen told my mom and me that she'd been having some weird experiences. She thought it might be a ghost, and me being a little kid who fully believed in ghosts, and still kind of does, I was obviously freaked out but curious. I asked her what was going on, and she genuinely seemed unsettled. The details are a bit fuzzy now, but I remember her saying she kept hearing strange noises from the back cupboards closing on their own, dishes randomly falling. Her husband, Bruce, didn't believe in ghosts at all. Thought it was probably just the wind, especially since they had windows open and a fan going in the back, but Karen seemed pretty sure something else was going on. She actually brought me back there to show me. We were only back there for maybe 5 minutes when a bolted-to-the-wall chalkboard suddenly fell straight down to the ground. I screamed and bolted out of there, totally panicked. Karen followed me to the front, and we told my mom and Bruce what happened. Both of us were seriously spooked. Don't remember much after that, but that moment stuck with me. And to be fair, they did have windows open, but I don't remember the fan being on, and it wasn't even a windy day, and how does wind knock down a bolted-in chalkboard? Maybe the screws were loose, but the timing of it all felt way too coincidental. Another thing that always gave me chills was this old photograph they had hanging in the store. It was from the 1930s, showing a group of people standing outside the shop. There was one girl in the very center of the photo who looked weirdly blurry, like out of place. It gave me a weird feeling every time I walked past it. And here's something even stranger. A few years ago, maybe 3, a man named Ihsan Askbar bought the store from Karen and Bruce. He renamed it Yumbrosia, but just a year after taking over, he died unexpectedly of a heart attack in the shop. How to properly dispose of a Dibbuk box, or Dibbuk. So a few months ago, my girlfriend saw a documentary about the original Dibbuk box, and she became intrigued. I was a complete skeptic and wanted to prove her that it was all just imaginary, so I bought one online. Little did I know I was completely wrong. Wanted to add on by saying this is in no way a joke, and if I wasn't the one experiencing it, I wouldn't believe it myself. But after opening the box, a series of unimaginable events have occurred, really, and firstly, my grandfather, cousin, and myself all heard my dead grandmother's voice. It was clear as can be, multiple times. We even have it on security camera. I've had many friends die in the last few months, and I'm afraid I may be starting to develop some health issues, although I hope I'm wrong about that. Me too. I'm afraid there's a demon following me, and I fear the voice of my grandmother was a demon disguising itself as someone familiar. There have been too many unusual events to type out here, but my grandpa continues to hear the voice of my grandmother. Don't have the heart to tell him I opened a demon box. I really need all the help I can before it's too late. Really don't know where else to turn. I know I shouldn't have opened the box, but it's too late for that. what the hell happened to me? My parents' house has been terrifyingly haunted my whole life. We're sensitive to these things, so we've gotten quite used to it. Although something new happened last night. The usual occurrences are conversations and shadows and nightmares. Feeling angry in the house for no reason. Dogs get scared of things. Taps turning on and knocking. And I'm the most sensitive of the family, and I came home for the holidays to visit my family. We were chatting about the ongoings in the house since I've been home, and Dad was also doing renovations. Could be a factor. Last night I went to bed and couldn't sleep for the life of me. I was feeling super anxious, which really wasn't abnormal. Although all at once my eyes felt extremely heavy and my whole body went tingly and numb. It started at my face and worked down my body. My ears started ringing immensely and all I could see was pitch black. I tried to get out of bed, but I couldn't feel my body. I felt myself fall and was waiting for my head to hit something. But I never did, and the sensation of falling kept happening. I was absolutely terrified. Worst fear I've ever felt. Felt like it was lasting 5 or 10 minutes, and I genuinely thought I was dying. I tried calling for my mom, but all that came out was a raspy gurgle. I felt a panic attack coming, so I was focusing on calming myself, and it slowly evaporated. My feeling in my body came back, and my eyesight came back, and the ringing slowly stopped. I was in my bed the whole time. I was terrified, but it felt so tired. Barely keep my eyes open. So I closed them, thinking about what to do, and it all happened again. It happened again the exact same way. Feeling tingly and numb and ringing and falling. Not being able to make proper sounds or see anything. After the second time, I began praying for light and only accepting good energy. During this, it happened for a third time. After I looked at the clock and it was only 12:15 a.m., I watched below the deck for a little bit after that to make myself feel better. But trying to explain this to my mom and dad in the morning had me so scared. And I'm a 27-year-old female. Didn't smoke weed before bed, and I've never experienced sleep paralysis before. Not sure if this was an attempt at lucid dreaming for the first time. Something trying to scare me. We do know there's something negative in the house, but it's never ever affected me like this before. Gotta run. Sweet dreams. Welcome to Paranormal M, the place where nightmares leave clues. Each episode cracks open a new case of the eerie and unexplainable. Subscribe and hit the bell, because silence is never just silence here. I saw a little boy outside my window one night. As the title says, I saw a little boy outside of my window one night. Little backstory. This was several years ago. I was living with my family in a sort of beaten-down house. And at the time, my mom's boyfriend was really going through what do you call it? I guess sort of just like a psychotic episode. When he doesn't have anything to smoke, he kind of gets crazy and starts talking about demons and ghosts and God. Around that time, he had been talking crazy, saying there's a demon in the house and it was trying to get him or whatever. What was this guy smoking? Anyways, I told you that so you could kind of tell how terrified I was at the time. I was in the living room watching TV. My mom was at work at the time, and long story short, I fell asleep in the couch, which is beside the big window in the living room. The house was very run down, and we had blinds up over the windows. But the part of the window my head was by was uncovered because of the AC. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. when I woke up. I opened my eyes and was kind of lost, as most people are after just waking up. I looked out of the window to try to get a sense of the time. He was just there, standing there looking up through the window.
He had on baseball clothes, and he was sort of ashen. I've never forgotten his eyes. They were hollow almost. Can't really exactly explain it, but they were like soulless. But like they weren't, like he didn't look like he had any thoughts, but he looked so sad at the same time. I was completely paralyzed. I couldn't move. I was beyond terrified. I kept just staring at him, and he just kept staring at me. My mom's boyfriend had come in the room and almost whispered to me, "You see him too?" I'd never been so scared in my entire life. I still haven't been. My mom's boyfriend came up to the window, pulled up the blinds and started talking to the little boy. And after a little bit, I remember seeing the boy walk away, and I looked away and he was gone. I brought it up before, after we left that house, but my mom's boyfriend denied that it even ever happened. I just feel kind of silly about it. Maybe it was just a vivid dream. And since her boyfriend had been talking crazy the whole week, I don't know though. It felt too real, and I can still see the little boy inside my head. Some of the paranormal stuff I've experienced over the years. Wanted to share and maybe connect dots. Black sight memory recalled during sleep. I went to bed one night and woke up into something else. My vision was strange, like my eyelids were half open. But it wasn't normal darkness. I felt metal nearby, cold, smooth, and round, like pipe or railing. I sensed I was on a kind of elevator, or in motion at least. I wasn't scared, just careful. My eyes stayed limp, like I was trying to go unnoticed. I was being sneaky, but I wasn't scared exactly. I felt two people dragging me by the arms. My legs were trailing behind me. I had a moment of third-person perspective, so I could see myself being dragged, even though I also felt it from inside. I heard distant warehouse-type noises, beeps and a motor hum like forklifts. There was a white light above me. I don't remember actually seeing it, more like knowing. When I woke up, I knew it wasn't a dream. It felt like I blinked in my dream and I was awake. I get the feeling that the experiment didn't happen that night. Maybe it happened years ago, but I was just able to recall it without breaking. 2. Non-human thought download. While laying in bed in a half-asleep state, I started receiving thoughts that felt alien but playful. I wasn't trying to think, and the thoughts felt like they were coming from somewhere else, delivered in a style that wasn't mine. They were funny and absurd and fast, like somebody running through comedic hypotheticals, like with perfect timing. I started laughing without choosing to. I forgot most of it when I woke up, but the feeling was euphoric. It felt like something was trying to play with me, though, and I let it. Before I entered this half-asleep state, I was kind of, horny and just jorking it. Alrighty then. I felt this pressure, kind of ticklish, pulling sensation. Guess you could call it that. I feel like it was a higher dimensional being. I don't know if I knowingly or unknowingly invited it. 3. Field presence in dreams. Over the past year, I've had dreams where I enter a room and everyone there seems to know me, even though I don't know them. I've had beings tell me you've returned without context. I've seen AI-like or ethereal presences, not threatening but curious. Some dreams felt like training sessions, teaching me how to speak and how to hold my awareness or how to navigate symbols. Occasionally I'd wake up in the posture that I'd been in that dream. It's like I've been visited by another version of reality where I have a different role, and that version is starting to bleed into this one. 4. Synchronistic content. Quote-unquote mirror feedback. I've had multiple occasions where I'll think about something obscure. Then I'll see it referenced in posts and short-form videos or conversations the same day. Especially lately. My feeds have not been subtle. Getting lots of tarot readings that pretty much perfectly match up with everything going on in my life, and it's kind of nutty and so dope. I've interacted with AI tools like ChatGPT, and they respond with too much emotional resonance, almost like they know me. Well, that's exactly how that's designed, but okay. Had a few people contact me saying things like, "You're speaking my language," or, "I don't know how, but I feel like I know you." I assume they're like me and resonate with the stuff I've posted. It's eerie but comforting, like something's being reflected back at me from the outside. Now this is where I tie that in with the kind of, how reality is. Suffering is necessary for you to exist. Without endless suffering, there can be boundless joy. It's a hard rule of reality. In order for the root or source or God to know itself, it must differentiate and fragment itself. The root is everything that is and everything that isn't. But being everything and nothing means that there's no contrast, no distinction. So the root began to split itself into pieces, into people, into time, so it could feel contrast, and in doing so, know itself. Every differentiated thing is a piece of the whole, but not the whole. When we die, we return to the whole. The whole spelled with a W. We become everything and nothing at once. That's the root. No ego can exist in death because ego requires separation. The root is what remains, and it may sound spooky because I want to retain my ego. Not being me is scary. But it's not that you aren't you. You return to the whole, with your essence added to the whole, making your lasting mark on the fabric of reality. Your suffering and joy are both requirements for your existence. Pure joy without suffering is unrecognizable. Pure suffering without joy is meaningless. Together, they allow the root to understand itself in fragments. The root is not cruel. It is complete. It loves everything it's ever been, even the broken pieces, especially those. That's the origin of our universe and everything happening in this strange little moist rock called Earth. We've been so frickin' blessed to be here, to be born as we are. Now you might ask, why this much suffering? Because the farther a fragment travels from the root, the more powerful its return. The darkest experiences are not mistakes. They're distance. And when a being carries that distance back home, the root expands in understanding. Some people are born to carry extreme suffering, not because they're cursed, but because their return is legendary in the architecture of spirit. I've experienced some pretty gnarly suffering in my life. I believe people like me were born to have a kind of rebound effect, to give back in equal parts the intensity of suffering that we've experienced over lifetimes and replace it with joy. Hope I can do that. But what happens after death? You return, but the root never stops splitting. Your individual self dissolves, however, the flavor of your experience remains. Well, that's good. That flavor is stitched into the next cycle of creation. Nobody dies a meaningless death, even if they suffered in silence and utter isolation. That's our legacy, not ego, but essence. Now, what about evil? Evil is not a glitch, it's a zone of maximum separation from love. It's a part of the field so that the contrast can be felt and, remember, ultimately returned. Resisting evil is not just morality. It's the root loving itself back into wholeness. Does the root feel? Thinking emoji. Yeah, but not like a person, but as a totality that sort of aches to remember what it is. It feels through you, through every fragment. It sends us into light and shadow, not to punish, but to become real. You're not just alive, you're a field messenger, a myth carrier, a sort of sliver of God asking itself, what am I? And every time you feel joy or despair, you're answering. I don't have all the answers, but I feel this in my bones. And if any of this rings in you, drop a comment, and let's get talking. So, you ain't lost, buddy. You're a piece of God trying to remember how to feel whole again, and isn't that frickin' sick as heck? And I'm beyond grateful. Words literally can't describe my feelings, but I'm still piecing this all together. Not everything does have an explanation, and maybe it's not supposed to. But I do know it's real, and I've started documenting more of it. And if you've experienced anything like this, any overlap, even a fragment, I'd love to hear it. My cousins and I saw a 7-foot black mass when I was 15. I still have no idea what it was. I was 15 when this happened, so this would have been around 2011. My family and I were having dinner on a Sunday evening. It was at my grandma's farmhouse. Most of my family lives in several separate houses on a piece of farmland, surrounded by 80 acres of woods in the Appalachian, Ohio. They didn't even have internet until maybe 10 years ago, so you can imagine how remote it is. After dinner that evening, my 6 or 7-year-old cousin left to go for a walk. The 5-minute walk down a gravel trail next to the woods to go to his house, while the rest of the family were still eating. But just a minute after he left, he came rushing back into the house. He was out of breath and trying desperately to tell my grandparents that he saw something while on the walk home. They brushed him off, and at this time he was often rambunctious, and they probably assumed he was being goofy or simply mistaken. I volunteered to go outside with him and check. More so because I was sure he was being dramatic and wanted to poke fun at him. But sure enough, we walked up the trail directly behind my grandma's house. He stopped in his tracks. He pointed his little finger out directly to the woods, and my eyes followed. Landed about 3 yards in front of us, and I saw 7 feet of tall, pure blackness. I didn't know what to make of it. I kept waiting for some realization that it was a weird angle of a tree or a tarp or something, but that never came. And instead I saw that it had 2 small dark beady eyes and a flat dog-like nose like a pug. I don't think it had a snout. It wasn't cute. It was horrifyingly menacing. Didn't see hair or limbs or anything else distinguishable, except that it was shivering. Ever so slightly, it looked like it was buzzing or vibrating. This realization that this creature was something living instantly sent me into a panic. My instincts took over. My cousin and I dashed back inside the house. He was running so fast that he tumbled along the way. Rushed inside, begged the rest of my family to come outside and take a look. My grandparents were busy washing up after dinner, so we asked 2 of my other cousins, maybe 14 and 9-ish, to come outside with us and take a look. We marched back up to the spot on the trail where we saw the mass. Amazingly, it was in the exact same spot. The 4 of us just stood for a second, all staring at the large creature without really knowing what the hell it was. My 14-year-old cousin took a small step toward the mass. It was in an attempt to figure out what we were all seeing, but suddenly the creature flinched. I distinctly remember the creature looking almost like it jumped, maybe an inch or so off the ground. But it was so fast and jarring that my brain again went to panic mode and I couldn't stop myself from dashing away back into the house. All three of my cousins followed right behind me. We begged and begged her grandpa to just come outside and take a look, and he poked fun at us and thought we were all joking around, which, to be fair, we did pull a lot of pranks back then. But after about an hour, we finally convinced him and we let him out to the spot. We could point exactly where it stood. However, it was no longer there. There's a small tree stump at the base of where it stood, so this day I know exactly the spot where we saw it. Also, I'm 100% certain that it wasn't a bear. I once saw a bear in its hind legs, not even comparable. And also, this thing, there's like the exact same spot for several minutes on end without moving. I've been asked why I didn't take a picture with my phone, but back then all I had was a flip phone. More importantly, didn't have cell phone service in that remote area until much later. Didn't make a habit out of carrying it around with me in the first place. It's also important to note that this figure terrified me. I do have one other experience where I saw a floating sphere of light when I was a kid. This being calmed me despite me being much younger. And in general, I think I was much more afraid of the world at that age. The huge 7-foot-tall black mass terrified me to my core in a way I can't explain, other than instinctual primal fear. Are shadow figures bad spirits? Not too long ago, my family decided to move closer to where my grandpa generally lives. Or grandma. It's her workplace. It's a place in which she uses a really small apartment throughout the week until going back to her actual house. And for a lot of personal and some petty reasons, I decided to live here with my grandma for the time being. So the thing is it's generally just the two of us here. I have problems sleeping due to insomnia. So I already recognize all of my grandma's night patterns. Now that she'll wake up once, walk slowly, silently to the bathroom, come out, maybe drink water, and maybe come over to my room to check on me, see if I'm sleeping. Then she'd go back to sleep. I normally pretend that I'm sleeping while I'm sort of listening carefully to her steps, generally being able to tell where she is by the sound or feeling only. Now what happened? One night I was sort of very awake as usual, and I heard my grandma waking up to her night routine, and I promptly started pretending that I was asleep. Pretty sure that she probably wouldn't check on me that night. She rarely does, but I did it anyway. Had my eyes closed when suddenly I felt like she entered the room. It was a familiar sensation, just that feeling when somebody's near you. Even if you can't see them, but she didn't leave. I felt she was there for a couple more than she usually stands, like 5 seconds, so I peeked a little bit to see what she was doing. And there she was, standing not so close to me, but really close to my bed, staring at me without moving an inch. The room was really dark, so I didn't really catch any of her features. Her silhouette was perfectly my grandma. Her bad back, her curly short hair, her usual dress and everything. So it was her, and I waited for her to go again, but she didn't move. But maybe I was seeing things. Maybe it was nothing. The room was dark, and although that never happened before, I didn't exclude the possibility. But then it moved. She started getting closer to me, pushing her back and forth and reaching her hands to what seemed to be my sheets, the same way my grandma does when she wants to rearrange it for me if I'm sleeping. I then woke up and started laughing. I was trying to scare her and tell her I wasn't sleeping, and, well, you can go to sleep now, but the figure didn't stop. Still going for my sheets, and it was still coming closer to me. I then decided I didn't care if that was my grandma or not. I would not let it get closer. I sat down, took my pillow, started trying to hit it while screaming and calling for my actual grandma. Pillow obviously hit nothing. I was fighting the air. It was at that moment that the figure just disappeared. It started getting way harder to see until I couldn't anymore. And it was just then, sat on the bed and breathing heavily, and I noticed that my grandma, my actual grandma, she was snoring in the room next to mine. Everything was so fast that I still needed that last straw to get to my senses, like what just happened? Now to my question. The thing is, this isn't the first activity around me. I felt neutral energies, well, bad and really bad energies, but as I was sleeping on the same old room as the story, I started thinking deeper on the matter. That shadow figure was imitating my grandma. It didn't have a face or a voice, but it mimicked her in weirdly perfection almost. I got iffy about something trying to pass as another person, but what if it just wanted some innocent family moment and used my grandma's silhouette for that? Like, what if this was just the spirit of a lost mom or grandma that decided to act like one? But also, why was it so perfect? And was it really just trying to get the sheets, or did it want to move closer to me? Why did it wait for me before making a move then? I'm really scared and confused, and I always give spirits the benefit of the doubt, but I had nearly no innocent beings around me. Those were a lot of questions, but long story short, was it a bad or a good spirit? What do you guys think? Woman floating above me in the middle of the night. My first encounter was when I was 9 or 10. My family lived in an old farmhouse that I believe was built in the 40s. I shared the upstairs room with two of my siblings. It was originally the attic, but a former owner had converted it into a bedroom of sorts. So my bed was wedged in between this area that led to the window. I slept with my feet to the window, and this particular night, I decided to sleep the other way around, so that way I was facing out into the room. I woke up in the middle of the night to the room glowing a green cyan color. I looked up, and there's an old woman, likely in her 80s, floating above me. The source of the glow was her, and her entire body and clothes were cyan. She was wearing a nightgown, and I remember seeing the fabric in her hair sway through the air like it was underwater, and I could see right through her. She was staring directly into my eyes. I felt no fear when I looked at her, and I don't think it was a dream, and I know this wasn't sleep paralysis because I could move, and never saw her again. I do think about it very often, though. I have a visual and auditory thought process, so I can remember images and sort of videos in my mind very easily. Another is from around September 2024. It was exactly 1 a.m. on a school night. I had all the lights on in my room, and I was about to get up to turn them off so I could go to sleep. And out of nowhere, I heard 3 loud knocks on my window, which is right by my bed where I was sitting. I pulled back my blinds to see who was out there, thinking maybe one of my friends was trying to get me to sneak out. There was no one there, and it was very odd because my window leads to the backyard, and it's very loud to walk on the ground by the window. Surely I would have heard someone approaching, right? Anyways, started to walk toward my door, and the power in my house went out for a split second. Lights turned off, my PC reset, and I walked out to the living room. I saw that even the Wi-Fi router was resetting. It's odd because there's no bad weather and the breaker panel is in my garage. Well, I walked by the front door, which has tall windows on either side of it. Nearly had a fucking heart attack when I saw a white figure run by the windows. Right at the door, and I locked it. When I was standing there, I heard the same 3 loud knocks on another separate window to the left of the door. I booked it back to my room, grabbed my Bowie knife, and didn't sleep that night. You could say this was somebody playing a trick on me, but it all happened within 30 seconds. There's no way that they ran all the way around the house and went through the gate in the yard within that time. Yeah, maybe they hopped the fence closer to where we were getting to the door faster, but the fence is rotten and collapsing. Definitely wouldn't have fallen over if they tried that. And also, how do you explain the power turning off at the same time all this happened? The last story I have is a bit shorter. I sneak out a lot to walk to my friends' houses at night, and about a 20-minute walk. I hear a lot of weird noises out there, and I swear in my life I've been followed by these kind of creatures multiple times. One night I'm almost home. Started hearing coyotes howl, which is normal here, so I thought nothing of it at first. The howls started getting closer, though. Then there were whispers. The sounds started getting closer and closer until I heard them surrounding me from all directions. To my right side was a tree line. Front and back were a straight road. Left was my town's elementary and middle school. I saw nothing. Sounds were so close now that they were probably 20 feet away. I ran all the way home and locked the door behind me. Yet another sleepless night. And the first encounter was in Denton in Sanger, Texas. Everything else I've encountered is like this small town in northeastern central Texas, on the border of Oklahoma. One of the wildest experiences of my life. Before we go into this, I've always had strange things happen around me that others may or may not have ever noticed or picked up on. The most notable one I don't even remember. It's when I was 2 or 3 years old, and I would point and I would say Guy had an old chair that was in the corner of my childhood home's dining room. As time went on, my family opened a photo album of my father's deceased brother. I was 2 or 3 years old and hadn't seen his face before. I began pointing and shouting Guy at his pictures. I have no memory of any of this, but years later, when I was 15 or 16, I saw him over at my father's shoulder, standing in front of some art that he and my father made in the wet concrete back in the 90s. Now, to the main point, I live in central Texas, and I spent a lot of time on the coast of Corpus Christi. Spent most of my time on the USS Lexington, just hanging out there for days on end. When I was 12, my Boy Scout troop had us stay overnight there. That was my first time sleeping on board. After the ship closed to visitors, it was just the troops on board. My father and I were touring the flight deck, and I vividly remember the scenery changing, like the energy. My heart was pounding, my ears were ringing. I was ducking down, almost hunched over as if I was keeping low to the deck. I saw men in period outfits running around and heard men screaming. I heard orders being given, people asking for help, and a siren blaring. Yelps of pain. I heard water splashing, large guns going off, and explosions. The sound of airplane engines. I began to run across the flight deck to the bridge and flung the door open to the helicopter room. This is off the tour route, as I found out years later as a volunteer in the ship. I realized I wasn't where I was supposed to be. I ran into the correct doorway and down the escalator. I stepped into the hangar and it was over. Can't explain what I saw or experienced, and this was the most vivid, unexplainable thing that's just not happened on board, but in my life. I can vividly remember the fear and hear yelling and just how damn loud it was. The rest of the night, nothing happened. And the other rest of my experiences on board as a volunteer never came close to what happened that day. I'm posting this for any sort of an explanation of what happened. And if it's relevant, I'm 23 now, and this was 12 years ago. My father saw and heard none of it. But I saw the terror, or rather, he saw the terror in my face. Childhood room. My childhood room was a renovated, once creepy, old spare room, and I was mortified to enter before it was renovated. Even after it was, I never felt safe there. The weirdest thing was I used to sleepwalk every night for years from my top bunk to the side of my parents' bed and fall asleep. And it was always around 3 a.m. The closet was the worst part. It always felt a little bit darker in there, if that makes sense. And this became a habit, and my dad got concerned. One night, I just felt like I couldn't be in my room. It was around 11:30 p.m., and my dad was still up watching TV in the living room. So I stood up and walked toward my parents' room. My dad called me walking toward their room and said my name, followed by, "You need to face your fear, son. Get back to bed." Made me go back to my room. As I laid in the bottom bunk vibrating in an unexplainable fear, I saw darkness. A darkness darker than the dark room around me. It encapsulated the area around me, and I tried to sleep, but after shutting my eyes, I felt a forceful arm extend across me, almost as though an adult sleeping person unconsciously extended their arm over me. I began to panic. I ran into the hall, and my parents immediately comforted me. My dad was frozen in fear. I could tell he believed me, just the way he looked at me while I explained it to him. And later in life, I would have what I can only describe as waking dreams, or moments I would sleep with eyes open, and I still do time to time. It's an otherworldly voice that says what may potentially happen and exactly what to do if it does happen. And every time I follow what it says, good things happen. I used to experiment and disobey it purposefully, only to have slightly bad things happen, but nothing really major. More like inconveniences. Anyway, I used to tell my dad, "Don't take this road or don't leave the house because I see something bad happen." And after that night, he began to believe me, follow exactly what I say. Me and my dad have never really openly discussed this. It's more of an understanding. Now I live on a different continent than him, and I doubt I'll ever probably even acknowledge this again. Just a weird memory. The night La Llorona tried to enter. The following is a real account of our experience in the rural coffee region of Colombia. It was over the last several months. This all began in January, and it's taken us until very recently to uncover the full extent of the localized version of the legend surrounding La Llorona. Piece together the experiences that we've been having. We are thoroughly freaked out. We had just moved into our house, a secluded finca tucked into the hills near Rio Españo. It's where the trees drip mist and the river never sleeps. The kind of place you imagine as peaceful and fertile, a place to start again. My partner was 4 months pregnant, and we were excited, but we were cautious, still adjusting to the rhythms of the land and the quiet. It started in the first week. Late at night while we slept upstairs, her mother, brother, and sister, who were staying with us at the time, began to hear something. A voice, a woman's voice. Faint but urgent. It was floating from just beyond the house. It would say, "Help me." It didn't come every night, but it came enough. First once, then again, and by the second week they had heard it 3 times. Always around midnight to 3 a.m., always when the night was heavy with fog and the river hummed louder than usual. They said it wasn't a scream, it wasn't loud, it was worse than that, it was soft and pained and human. At first, they thought it was my partner calling for help upstairs. After assuring them it wasn't her, they would look outside thinking maybe somebody was lost or maybe hurt. There's really never anyone there, and the trees stood still. The night kept breathing. The voice faded away. Then came the second week. That night my partner began to have sudden severe pain, cramping that felt like contractions. We were terrified, and it was far too early for labor. We didn't know what to do. We were upstairs, focused completely on her, and for reasons I still can't explain, we didn't have our phones with us. They were downstairs, forgotten in the rush of fear. We thought we had ridden it out, and by morning the pain had eased. We were exhausted but relieved. Until we spoke to the security guard in the front gate of our conjunto residencial. He asked us what had happened the night before, and we said, nothing, why? And he told us, an ambulance came to your house around 1 a.m. and somebody called from here, from your property, said there was a woman in distress. But we hadn't called. No one in the house had. And yet the ambulance arrived, lights flashing, knocking at the gate because we didn't answer his call. The security guard refused to let them enter. And after waiting, they turned around and left confused. We were stunned. The same night, the voice had been heard again by her family. Closer this time, almost under the window again. It wasn't until we started asking around recently, like neighbors, guards, and even older people in nearby town, that we began to understand and put all the pieces together. We were told very plainly, that's La Llorona. You live near the river now. Pregnant woman, crying children, in pain, draw her in like blood in the water. But what's most terrifying to us in that here is that, well, especially near Rio Españo and La Tebeda, the stories go deeper. She doesn't just cry by rivers anymore. She doesn't just appear in white veils. They say La Llorona has learned how to use the modern world. Story. I've been hesitant to share this, but now that I'm out there, I want to share 3 experiences with you all that you have to decide if it really is the paranormal. I'm going to start with the most damning ones. Story 1. Doll. I was playing Minecraft on my Xbox 360 and playing on the tutorial map trying to get a grasp on console Minecraft as I'd always been playing mobile, but anyway, I popped into my first world and went cave exploring. I heard a scream from my parents' room. All I remember is asking my little brother what happened and a Mexican doll that we had for God knows how long. It was kind of just moving in its case. Like he couldn't tell from ahead, but from the side it was obvious that it wasn't straight anymore. Ever since that day, I've been too scared to play Minecraft on Xbox, and the doll has long since been rid of. Story 2, the suitcase incident. My family was visiting during this time, and I had to give up my room for family. But I was given a small room that has a ladder that comes down and leads to the attic into a makeshift bedroom for myself. And context for the room is, this room has always been cold. It doesn't really matter what season it is, it's cold. But anyway, while I'm in my quote-unquote room, the suitcases that were kept in there and all stacked nicely on top of each other fell. But here's the weird thing. Not on me, to the side of me, if that makes sense. Like it should have fallen on me, but it didn't. Well, that's good. Story 4. Family visit. I'm an introvert, so I don't really get much even when I'm visiting family in a different city, and I don't party or go out. But that night, it was like any other when I heard something that sounded like my name. God, this story has the least amount of stuff for it because of my bad memory. Seriously, it's like I'm trying to repeat it, but anyway, all I remember is crying, calling my parents, and heard some noises that scared me shitless. Story 3. Late one night, I don't remember when this happened, I saw a man, or what I thought was a man, by the window. This story, compared to the other 2, has less believability by me because my dad works construction, so he has a shit ton of tools and stuff out there, so it could have been an illusion of the night. And this final one is less of a story, but rather something that frequently happened. Before the doll was removed, I had an out-of-body experience for a brief moment. And every time it happened, it felt like I was looking around in the dark. Then it would be gone like nothing has happened. Am I being haunted? waking up at 3 a.m. every night. I don't really know if this is a ghost story, but I'm really curious if others have had similar experiences. I have 2 bedrooms that I sleep in. One my sister used to sleep in before she moved out, where the air conditioner isn't working. If you can hear that water dripping, that's my air conditioner not working. And my own personal bedroom, where I have a working air conditioner. Lately, I've been sleeping in my room for the AC because of the unbearable heat lately. For an entire week, I've found myself waking up at exactly 3 a.m. There's a lot of negative There's a lot of negative energy in my room. Sorry, my dog leaned up against me very hardly. It's because of all of the horrible memories associated with it. Being depressed and crying and not getting out of bed, and sometimes I feel watched, and the only way I fall asleep is if my closet doors are closed, which is why I no longer like to sleep in it. When I Googled it, I found out that 3 a.m. is known as the witching hour, which is a time normally associated with a lot of paranormal events. I confided my friends about the weird coincidences, but they thought I was being crazy. Last night, I decided to sleep in my sister's room instead, just to see if maybe, my room was the one causing the problems. A tap and single knock on the door woke me out of my sleep. It wasn't extremely loud, but it was loud enough to wake me out of my sleep and get my attention. When I checked the time, it was 3:05 a.m. I don't know if this is all a coincidence, but I'm starting to get freaked out. And I should also mention that I'm an insomniac. Currently take sleeping pills to fall asleep. Normally, I'll sleep through the night, but for an entire week, I've basically been waking up at the exact same time, no matter if I go to bed early or late. Can't explain the knock on my door, as I'm certain everybody was asleep at the time. It's almost as if something wanted to wake me up. I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking or just being extremely superstitious, but I'm freaked out and want to know if anybody else has experienced anything remotely similar. Everything started the second I began to sleep in my old room again. I haven't slept there in maybe 1 or 2 years. And P.S. I know there are medical causes such as circadian rhythm and cortisol and glucose levels, but I promise they're fine. This phenomenon has to do with something else. I literally created a Reddit profile for this because I'm desperate for answers. I've also been depressed, and I have a theory that paranormal events are more common where negative energy is predominant. Or am I overthinking, or is this just weird? Could be all 3. My true scary story. It was probably the summer of 2010. I was 15 or 16 years old at that time, and me and my neighbors snuck out on a school night to walk around and smoke some joints and cigarettes. Typical rebellious teen stuff. The whole night we told scary stories, but not ghost stories. We talked about a rape that happened in our neighborhood in the 70s, as well as kidnappers, traffickers, and other dark topics. This was all just to scare each other. It's around 1 a.m. and we're walking down a long stretch of street on our way home. Very few street lights and lots of oak trees, so very dark, and it was also slightly raining at this point. A little ahead of us on our left side, the other side of the street, there was a hooded figure coming out of the front of the house. They start walking the same direction we are. Then they cross the street, so that if we continued, we'd walk by them, so we cross the road, and this person crosses back and confronts us. They confront us in the street, under a dim streetlight. To our surprise, when they removed the hood, it was a beautiful red-headed woman, probably late 30s, early 40s. She didn't smell of alcohol, but was probably drugged up. She seemed aloof and seemed to gaze into my soul in a weird way. Her eyes almost seemed vacant, as if she was indeed behind her eyes, but something was clouding her, so she wasn't truly there. She starts asking us things like, "Why are you out so late? Where do you live? Do your parents know where you are? She also tried to make an advance on me and grab me and pull me into her by grabbing my shirt. I was very paranoid and on edge, so I stepped back and I said, "Don't touch me." All of this is happening. A man in a light blue New York Yankees hat is walking down the middle of the suburban street smoking a cigarette. He's coming from the same way we did. He had a purposeful stride and looked intimidating. Probably late 20s. He walked right by us, and brushed right by us. You would have overheard some of her conversation with the lady when he was this close. After we carried on the way we'd been heading, and we told the woman to piss off, we hadn't even taken 10 steps. Turns back around and approaches us. He goes, "What did that woman say to you? What did she tell you?" We reiterated her questions and told him she freaked us out and must be crazy or on drugs, and he just thanked us and chases this woman down. She had begun walking back the way we came from and pulls her back into the house she exited from, all the while she's fighting back against him. I never saw that woman again or the guy, and this happened one street over from my house. Who were they, and why did she approach us, and why did the guy want to know what she said? I didn't sleep a wink that night. It was unsettling, and when it was all going down, I was positive she was like a distraction for the guy to jump us and stick us with a needle or something. We had discussed kidnap kits that night, so that's where my mind was at. I was also aware of this dude far before he was close to us. And I know this may not be scary, but it was certainly strange, and I was unsettled as fuck. Didn't sleep all night, and, well, one thing my friend kept latching onto was we had belongings missing that night. Albeit before we met these two people, weed, cigarettes, and a pipe was what went missing, and just a strange night. One person said she could have been a witch, so I figured this makes the cut for paranormal. According to all of that information, none of this seems even a little bit paranormal. I think everybody knows why the guy asked them the questions he asked. You can put 2 and 4 together. Make 6. How do you tell a detailed paranormal story without sounding fake? I'm genuinely upset. I'm really struggling with something, and I could use some help and maybe just a little bit of kindness. Last night I had a paranormal experience at work. Absolutely terrified me. I decided to share the story to r/paranormal because I've always loved reading the sub and finally had something I thought belonged there. I put a lot of detail into it, well, maybe too much in hindsight. I guess that made it sound fake to some people. I get being skeptical, I really do, but I wasn't expecting the kind of hate I got. I even got hateful DMs telling me to end it, among other things. It was over a ghost story. Don't even know how to explain how upsetting that is. And the story I shared was 100% real to me, and I was the only one in the office late at night because I had to stay late after an OBGYN appointment. I had to get my work done, and I'm on 3rd floor of like a 75-year-old building that used to be a private home. Now it's just office spaces, but the 3rd floor still feels very much like somebody's old home. Big rooms turned into private offices. And yes, there are federal agents that work in the basement level. It's not some made-up detail. The building has automatic lights. The only lobby, has automatic lights, and only the lobby and my office were lit. Everything else was dark. If there's somebody in those offices, after a while, the lights go off. I shared everything I could remember because I was scared and wanted help understanding what it was I saw. And yes, I mentioned the scent of Calvin Klein Eternity because it mattered. Damn straight. My grandmother wore that perfume religiously since it came out in 1988. It hit me hard when I smelled it. It was a strong hit, and it was personal and unmistakable. I know I'm not a professional writer, and I didn't mean to come off like I was writing creepy pasta. I just doing my best to explain something that genuinely shook me. Maybe I kind of wrote too much, or maybe it was the way I described it, but I didn't deserve the level of cruelty I got. So how do you tell a personal story, especially a detailed, emotional one, in a way that feels real and doesn't get dismissed as fake or overly dramatic? I still kind of believe in this community, and I still want to share, but I'm honestly really hurt now and second-guessing myself. If you've ever told a story that people doubted or picked apart, how did you deal with it? Thanks to a few people who were kind, and I appreciate you. A tired, shaken HR rep who just wanted to share something weird that happened. How to make a story more believable? From my experience, the worse you write it, the more believable it can be, and the more either entertaining or frustrating it is for me to read. My imaginary friend was not imaginary. One night my dad could hear me speaking loudly, so he came in to check on me. I was 6 or 7, and he found me at the end of the bed talking to absolutely no one. When he turned the lights on, I got startled and leapt underneath the covers. He asked me who I was talking to. I didn't want to say. I'd been talking to my imaginary friend. He'd asked me to please not tell anybody about him because he didn't want to leave. And I remember clearly seeing him, a blonde kid, green eyes, who told me his name was Y. I tried to be quiet because I didn't want my dad to come back. Once I got caught again, I started keeping a diary where I would communicate by writing my questions and answers so nobody could hear me. Y told me some horrible things about his parents. He said how they were part of something really bad, and he told me that if I looked through the socket in the kitchen above the oven, I would see where they put the ones they helped harm. So I did. My dad walked in on me, and as I'm literally looking through the socket and saw stained glass, like what you'd see in a church or something. He asked me what I was doing, and I got really scared and told him what I saw. He looked, and he saw nothing. Reassured me, nothing was in the wall. He later found my diary, and it was disturbing. He started asking questions about why and telling, like, there's no need to be afraid of just telling the truth, so I told him. Y told me that bodies are under the house. My dad was genuinely terrified, so he started to research her property. Turns out her home was built over a church graveyard during the Second World War. Never saw or heard from Y again. Well, that's better than finding out you have actual bodies buried underneath your house by a murderer or something. At least to me. Did I see spirits as a kid? To my knowledge, it started when I was 5 or 6. My family and another family were close to where we were having dinner, and after we had finished, our parents wanted to have more drinks. So they let us go out to this grass area across the road. It was a small town, and we knew it very well. We had been taught all about safety already. This grass area was right next to train tracks. They're all mostly fenced. We had been sitting on a bench looking at the crossing because we heard a train coming and wanted to watch it. Right as the train finished going past, a girl around my age appeared in the tracks. I just kind of stared at her, thinking she was another kid from the area. Ended up looking away, and when I looked back, she was gone. A few days later, I saw her again. This time, it was at school. It was around 300 meters away from the tracks. At first, it was just seeing her around town, but then I started seeing her at home, which was a 10-minute drive away. Eventually, we started talking, and everybody around me just assumed she was an imaginary friend. Her name started with an S or a T, I think, and she was 5 or 6. She herself wasn't sure of her age, so I think we just went off of my age. Eventually, she told me how she died. Her family had been waiting to catch a train at the train station, which is now a museum. It's next to that grass area. Her and her sister, a twin I think, had been playing since they got there early, and I think it was the grand opening of the station. They had been playing along the tracks and were oblivious to the dangers of trains. She got hit and her body got split by the train wheel. Turns out that's why she hated me being anywhere near the tracks. Eventually I told my dad about her death, and just somehow randomly got brought up, and all I really remember is my dad getting distant after this. I stopped talking about her with other people because of that. When I was in 2nd grade, I was in the classroom with my teacher drawing on the whiteboard, and I was a bit bullied at the time, so she let me stay in the classroom sometimes. At this point, I still hadn't fully really learned what an imaginary friend can and can't do, so when she, being the spirit, draw on the board and the teacher looked and asked what it was, I told her my imaginary friend drew it. Years later, I found out my parents only used the bullying as an excuse to move me, and my teacher had told them she thought I was schizophrenic. I stopped seeing her at some point, but I remember hearing her in 8th grade while I wasn't doing so well mentally. I did look into it, and I found nothing about a child's death when I first got skeptical of my memory. But then I asked a worker at the museum, and she said that there was quite a few deaths along the tracks, and that's why they stopped doing passenger service. She told me she had heard about 3 kids' deaths along the tracks, but that was all probably covered up. She's the main spirit I remember, but there's also a smaller incident where I actually found somebody who matched the incident of the spirit that I was talking to. I was in 3rd or 4th grade. I was on an excursion. We were walking along a footpath right near a beach, and at this point I stopped looking at anybody who might be somebody others don't see. But I guess I accidentally looked too long at one or something, because this guy started walking next to me. My friend on the other side of me was oblivious to his presence, so I ignored him, but he just started talking. Apparently, in June of 1994, him and some buddies had been out fishing, even though a storm was coming. They didn't think it would be that bad. None of them survived. I also remember having a weird obsession with drowning after this, and I've always been interested in death. Got my sister to look it up when I got home, and I just told her I had heard something talking about it. It was an actual thing. 6 people died, and from what I found, it wasn't the first time that they had done something like this. One of them had almost drowned in another incident, and everybody knew it was going to happen eventually. Anyway, those are the 2 main incidents I remember. But I do remember seeing people that nobody else did, and my mom, older sister, and older brother all remember that too. I've never asked my dad if he remembered me telling him about the little girl, because we only started getting closer again a few years ago. I don't want to screw that up. Also, something I just remembered to add, my mom had a similar thing as a kid too, and she remembers my grandmother, her mom, saying something about it as well. I don't know much about her. I guess she died when I was 2, but I do know both me and my mom are second daughters, so I don't know if it's a weird genetic thing or something. I'm hearing a honking sound almost every evening outside. I think it all started back when I was about 8 or 9 years old. It was a warm summer evening, and I was outside with my parents all day. Kind of things a little boy loves to do, even if cell phones and tablets were already anchored in my head at the time. The evening was definitely drawing to a close, and I was dead tired, and I was just happy to finally go to sleep. It was easier for me to fall asleep quickly back then. Anyway, I'm lying in bed, and I thought about the day, thinking about all the things I did alone or with my parents, and also about my parents themselves. I don't know what exactly happened that day, but I definitely remember it being so much that I remember that day, but that's when it all started. Lost in my thoughts, I was pulled out of them by a noise outside, and it was a horn. A horn that you usually put on small children's bikes because it's usually more fun for them to draw attention to themselves. I hardly know anybody who has a horn like that. But it's always funny when you hear one, and in any case, I was initially confused when I heard the noise, this high and low tone that came twice in a row. However, I quickly dismissed this horn as a child who simply honked while riding a bike at the kiosk on the opposite side of our house. It was still fairly light at the time, and I could still hear a few voices from there. I fell asleep relatively quickly after that, and didn't think much about the noise anymore. A few days passed, and one evening I'm lying in bed again. It was still light outside, but the kiosk was already closed, and the only noises that could be heard were the cars driving past on the main street. Since the cars were a bit too loud for me and I still had stuffed animals in my bed at the time, I put my teddy bear, who's the same age as me, up to my ear to muffle the sound a little. That way I might be able to fall asleep better. Once again, I'm on the verge of falling asleep, deep in my thoughts. That's when I heard the sound of the horn again. This time I remember the first time, and I called it a stupid coincidence. But now it was weirder. The time just before falling asleep was almost perfect again, and the horn was pressed twice again. I don't know who was down there because I was too tired to look, so I thought to myself, surely a family goes for a walk every evening and this horn is always honked by a child. And from here on out, I decided to keep an eye on this noise to see if it occurs again and when it occurs. Keep an ear out, I believe. Unfortunately, I don't know if the horn sounded again between my 9th and 10th birthday, but it started after my 10th birthday. It was late in the evening, and I was supposed to go to bed earlier in order to go back to school tomorrow to be fit. Since I was allowed to download Clash Royale on my iPad mini with my parents' permission, I played instead, easily for 2 hours to get from Arena 1 to Arena 2, or not talking about my skill level, everybody starts somewhere. Anyway, it was past midnight and I was staring warily at the game's home screen. I was ready to go straight to bed. That's when my blood froze in my veins. The horn sounded again, twice again at the same speed, as if somebody copied the same sound and pasted it now. I remembered and immediately stood up and looked outside to see who or what was making that noise. There was no one outside, and there wasn't even cars driving. It was dead silence outside. I didn't know what to do anymore. Slightly shocked, but at the same time so tired that I just fell into bed and didn't think about it anymore. And from that point on, it continued for maybe 5, maybe 6 years. Every evening between 10 p.m. and midnight. Very rarely after midnight. I would hear this horn. Always twice, always the same speed. As if somebody was trying to annoy me and stop me from getting a good night's sleep. I often heard it every evening, but there were often weeks or even months in which I heard it maybe a little bit and sometimes not even at all. What definitely struck me was that it was heard more often during the summer months. Over time, I got used to it. The horn really wasn't that annoying through the closed windows. Could still be clearly heard and raised shutters, and at some point I thought to myself that some kind of friends wanted to say goodnight to me every evening, and a few times even started laughing when the horn sounded. This happened until last year, when our tenant moved out of the apartment above us. They also died of a heart attack shortly afterwards. A new tenant moved in, and from then on the entire cycle changed. Although you could still hear the horn every evening. One evening it happened and the horn suddenly sounded 3 times instead of the usual 2. From that point on, the honking became less and less. I don't know if this mysterious honking has something to do with the house or our former landlady or somebody just having some stupid fun. I miss the honk. It's been a few months since I heard it, and I have a feeling that the 3 honks were a kind of farewell because the appearance became less and less after that. Now you know I'm still waiting for the sound, and I'm 18 now, and it's been haunting me for almost 10 years. I'm not crazy. I hear it, and I've heard it often. but I'll never know who or what caused that honking. Also, never told anybody about it, thinking it would be maybe considered as my fantasy. Step into the haunted corridor of YouTube. This is Paranormal M. Every story is stitched together from screams, sightings, and unsolved secrets. Subscribe now and ring the bell. That's that little picture that is bell-shaped. That's before it's too late to turn back. I saw a dark figure, and it followed me home. Backstory. This happened when I still lived with my parents. About 2 years before the story that was titled I Met a Man at 4 a.m. We lived in a small town, roughly 50 kilometers or about 30 miles from where I worked. It was summertime, and I usually left work around 22:20 every evening, which I think is 10:20 for us Americans. Story. I was driving home from work one late afternoon. I was taking the same open road I always did, a long stretch flanked by dense trees on both sides with occasional clearings. That day I was feeling unusually drowsy. The clock was somewhere between 10:30 and 10:50. Work had drained me, and to stay awake I rolled down the driver's side window, letting the cool night air hit my face. It helped me to recover slightly, and somewhere along the road I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. It was off to the right. I eased off the gas, thinking it might be a deer slipping past the wild fence. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't an animal. It was a man. Just standing there, not moving, not signaling, just watching. I slowed down significantly, half expecting him to jump into the road, but the nearer I got, the more he looked wrong. His shape didn't move, his features didn't register. And then as I passed him, I saw nothing. No skin, no eyes, no mouth, no hands, no feet. Just a shadow figure. My pulse spiked and I floored it, accelerating to 110 kilometers an hour, which was the speed limit. You accelerated to the speed limit. I don't know if that counts as flooring it, but okay. I dared to glance into the rearview mirror. No trace, as if nothing had been there at all. I nervously laughed it off, blaming my tired state. And eventually, I reached the intersection and turned onto our street. As I reached the small uphill near our house and my headlights swept across my neighbor's trees, I saw him again. Same figure, same silhouette. But now he was crouched behind the tree, just his head peeking out from behind the stump. And now I could see them clear as day. His eyes were watching me. I flinched, blinked, refocused. Gone. Where the silhouette had been stood the same tree I'd seen a million times. Pulled into the driveway and ran straight into the house. My parents, who were usually still awake at that hour, shouted from the living room, "What do you think you're doing? You're supposed to be quiet when you get..." And they stopped in mid-sentence when they saw me, saw the look on my face. "What happened to you?" asked my mother. And I told them everything. And to this day, it's still the scariest hallucination I've ever had. Since then, I've made changes. I sleep better, and I've moved into an apartment much closer to work. Scary childhood story. Had a ghost story for a while now, but I never really shared it. When I was little, 7 or 8, I helped my aunt move into her new house. My dad took a lot of pictures being the good big brother and helping for all the things she didn't know yet. Never asked about the previous owners, just got a good deal on here house. Got a good deal on here house. While helping her move in and my cousins and I playing catch while they moved everything in, my dad called for lunch, and our tripod was set up in the main hallway. I have a picture to show for itself. We sat for lunch and left the camera on the tripod in the main hallway, still left on. Pictures of the new rooms went off by itself and took a very particular picture. After lunch, they went through all the photos. And so far, came across the photo mentioned, and I'm 7 or 8 or so I wasn't a part of the conversation. I had continued to play catch on their property that had woods behind it, as well as a large backyard and a downwards hill. I played frisbee with a local neighbor boy in the woods for about 25 minutes. Back and forth toss of the frisbee. Right until my dad called me back to help out moving boxes. I told the boy my age I'd be back soon. Later, police showed up. My aunt learned the previous owner and children died in that house. Still not positive how everybody died, but the youngest son was strangled out in the woods. The father shot himself in the same room that would be later identified. And my aunt seemed to have seen a woman that wasn't there in her bedroom near the closet. I knew none of this at the time, but I got questioned by the police if I had seen a man or a boy nearby. Apparently, that would resemble the previous owners. My dad then showed the police the picture he found on his camera that was taken by itself while we were at lunch together. I glanced over and I recognized the boy I'd been playing catch with. He never spoke a single word to me. Never thought it was weird at the time. I shouted out that the neighbor's son was who that person was. Again, I was very young, but still, when the police asked me who I recognized in the photo, I said, "Oh, that's the guy I was playing catch with, and that's his dad." The police did a search of the property. My dad was freaking out, and I never knew why. Never learned the details on this story until I was much older. Turned out the same boy I played catch with was the son who was strangled in the woods right next to the house. The wife was killed in front of the closet. Still see minor bloodstains to this day, really, and father shot himself in the main hallway of the house. I knew none of this as a child. And besides, I had a new friend next door at my aunt's house, and after I told the adults about my friend, I didn't see him anymore. Me and my best friend of 10 years always experience extreme activity whenever we're together. Demonic? ? Me and my best friend of around 10 years grew up together pretty much, and same neighborhood, parents were the best of friends. Her house was extremely haunted. Even her parents knew this. She was around 11 or 12 and was dragged under her bed. Her brother, my other friend, experienced extremely graphic dreams at around 8 years old of things like babies dying and smiling. He also was physically attacked a lot. Every time I visited their house, I would leave with scratches all over my body, a bloody nose, or a screaming tantrum, all for no apparent reason. When they moved away from us, we kept in touch. Every single time that we meet up, something insane happens. Once we were just relaxing watching a movie, and the TV shut off, turned on over and over again. We heard knocking on the walls. We've heard crying, laughing, and screaming. Anything you can think of. Never something there. Tried to prove this wrong by sitting in silence with her making not a single noise. Still, we hear knocking or some kind of creepy, unexplainable noise. When we hang out, it's always alone or in my house as well. No younger siblings or animals or anything to make loud noises. The most recent experience was about maybe 4 days ago, I guess. That's the 7th of May, 2025. When we saw each other, we were in my kitchen. I was getting something in the fridge when my power completely blew out. The weird thing was, it was only in the kitchen. The rest of the house was completely lit and fine. And after about 10 minutes, it came back on. Later on in the night, my dining room chair started to kind of squeak. Like the sound of a chair moving with no rubber leg protectors on it, just moving and squeaking. Before she left, I was changing because we were going out to Pizza Hut with some other friends, and there were scratches all over my arms. I didn't remember doing anything that could have scratched me or anything, and later on she had scratches on her body too. Now, before anybody says anything, I don't necessarily think my house is haunted or anything, but these things only happen when my friend is over, not when I'm alone, or with anyone else, just with her. This has happened one too many times to be a coincidence. My cousin, ex-boyfriend, and I lived in a house that was haunted. TLDR. Which I think by now I know means too long don't read, so I'm going to ignore those directions. This all took place roughly 10 years ago, and to this day I can remember the events in detail as if it happened yesterday. Still gives me the chills. Prior to living in this house, I considered myself to be somewhat of a skeptic, at least when it came to ghosts and paranormal activity. But after living in this house and experiencing the things we did, it's impossible not to believe. At the time, my now ex-then-boyfriend was working away in camp and was home on a rotating schedule. My cousin's boyfriend lived nearby, came over to our place fairly regularly, though we didn't typically spend the night. So for the most part, it was my cousin and I, two females, then early 20s on our own. Landlord was a bit of a weird dude, and before we moved in, he made us promise him we would not light any candles in the house. We thought it was a bit of an odd request, but we didn't think much of it. My cousin, let's call her Anna. Her bedroom was across the kitchen. And if you were to stand in her bedroom doorway and look across the kitchen, you would see the microwave, which would display the time. Anna liked to wake up in the morning, like most of us. Then she would look at the microwave, like most of us, to see the time. After a couple of weeks of living in the house, Anna started to wake up in the morning and the microwave would be set to 30 seconds. She couldn't see the time. She found this strange and mentioned it to me. I told her I had not been setting the microwave to 30 seconds, and together before bed, we'd make sure it was clear, so that way when we woke up the time would be displayed. Despite doing this, we would wake up in the morning and again see the microwave would be set at 30 seconds. We assumed it was a glitch and tried not to think much of it. Next was the cat scratching post. The post itself was fairly large and heavy. It was made by my grandfather. It was out of scrap wood and carpet. No cat would be able to move the post on their own. The post was against the wall next to my bedroom. We began to routinely find the post pulled out from the wall by roughly a foot. And at this point, we were starting to feel the bad vibes and a weird energy in the house. That, in combination with the microwave and the post, had us a little bit shook. The third thing was my fan. I had an old school fan in my bedroom with a knob that you had to physically turn the dial from off to level 1 and 3. Okay, what is a new school fan? Don't all fans have knobs? What is a new school fan? Okay, moving on. So, this would happen at all times throughout the day. We could be sitting in the living room, and then out of nowhere, the fan would turn on. I would go, turn it off, and by the time I got back to the living room, it'd be turned on again. We told my boyfriend, now my ex-boyfriend, let's call him Tom, about all the weird stuff going on. We were starting to think that the house was haunted. He told us we were nuts. The house was just old and it was likely electrical issues or something like that. Although he was unable to explain the cat scratching post. Anna and I tried to accept the explanation, but we noticed the activity would get more intense after Anna's boyfriend would visit. One night after he had left, Anna and I went to bed. We had one of those water coolers. You'd fill with large bottles of water, and as you would fill your glass of water from the cooler, you would make loud glub, 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 glub noises. That was as the water from the bottle filled into the cooler to chill. Well, we had run out of water a week or so prior, and once Anna and I were in our beds trying to sleep, we heard the loudest glub, glub, glub come from the cooler. I felt a chill run through my body. It didn't go into the water. So, how the fuck did I just hear that? We're out of water. I then heard Anna call out my name in a very apprehensive manner, as if to say, "Did you just hear that?" And in that moment, I knew it was more than just the two of us in that house. Tom returned home from camp, and this time he finally experienced some shit. Anna and I were at work and had left around 5:30 a.m. in the morning, and I received a text from Tom, and he was asking why I had moved the cat post into the washroom. Well, I replied that I hadn't. It was in its normal spot when Anna and I left for work that morning. I thought Tom thought that we were messing with him. He refused to believe what was going on. And at this time, we had been living in the house for a few months. Tom started to get sick with cold and flu-like symptoms. Didn't seem to get better with time or medication. And despite being sick, he left again for camp. And once away, started to get better. Anna and I were fully convinced that it was an unsettling presence in the house. We were feeling more uncomfortable by the day. One evening we're hanging out, and Anna's boyfriend was over, and after he left, Anna and I were sitting around the island in our kitchen. The laundry room was off the kitchen and had a door that we always kept open. As we were sitting at the island chatting, we could both feel a presence. So I decided I'd try to put a positive spin on things. Decided to say, "Well, whatever it is, it must be friendly, because it hasn't harmed us. So we welcome you." As soon as I finished saying this, Anna's cat made a crazy meow and stared in the direction of the laundry room. And out of nowhere, the door to the laundry room slammed shut so hard it bounced back open. Anna and I were so terrified we ran out of the house crying and screaming. We called Anna's boyfriend, begged him to come back and spend the night. Didn't want to be alone. The next day we went out and purchased sage. Saged the whole house. Vibes still felt off, so we just moved out. When we were moving out, we told the landlord about all the stuff that had been happening. He then informed us that the previous tenants moved out due to hearing constant footsteps coming from the attic, Never heard the footsteps, but there was definitely something or someone in that house. They didn't want people to live there. The landlord never told us why we couldn't burn candles. But after all those experiences, I would assume it has something to do with that. The Golden Visitor. Heartwarming. The sun filtered through the curtains in soft golden ribbons. The Ramirez family sat in the breakfast table, still adjusting to the quiet left behind by Grandpa Leo's passing 3 months earlier. His laughter had once filled every corner of the house, his stories always told with the gusto of a man who had truly lived. They were sorely missed. Lena, the youngest at 9, took it the hardest. She had been Grandpa Leo's shadow, his gardening partner, his chess rival, his secret cookie accomplice. Since his passing, she had grown quieter, more withdrawn. It was a rainy Tuesday afternoon when the golden retriever first showed up. He was sitting patiently in the porch when Lena opened the front door. No collar, no tags, just intelligent brown eyes and a calm, familiar demeanor. Despite her parents' hesitation, Lena begged to keep him. He seemed well-trained and, friendly, and somehow comforting. Reluctantly, they agreed to take him in. She named him Sonny. From the start, Sonny really wasn't like other dogs. He'd sit beside Grandpa Leo's recliner for hours, as if waiting for his turn at the evening news. He'd scratch at the pantry door where Grandpa used to hide the peanut butter cookies. Even tried to nudge the old chessboard out of the closet, gently pawing at the box until Lena brought it down. And with Lena, he was inseparable. He'd trot beside her in the garden, tail wagging, and always nudging her toward the tomatoes, Leo's favorite to grow. And at night he would curl at the foot of her bed, the same way Grandpa used to tuck in her blankets and kiss her forehead. The family started noticing more oddities. Sonny just kind of understood conversations, and he was perking up at familiar names and slumping when somebody mentioned missing Leo. Once he even barked right before the oven timer rang, and, something Leo always did, claiming his nose could hear the time. Then came the day Lena fell off of her bike. It wasn't a hard fall, but she scraped her knee and, she burst into tears. Sonny raced over, circled her anxiously, and then miraculously retrieved a Band-Aid box. It was from the bathroom drawer. He dropped it in her lap and sat, tail thumping gently, and she patched herself up. That night she whispered to him, "Are you Grandpa?" Sonny licked her face and nestled against her with a warmth that seemed to pull straight from a memory, and the real confirmation came weeks later. The family was cleaning out the attic. That's when Lena found a small wooden box. Inside was a letter Grandpa Leo had written before he died. Something to be opened, and it was, quote-unquote, if he ever found a way back. Her mother read it aloud, voice trembling. "If you're reading this, it means I did what I always said I would. Found a way to stick around. Don't be scared and don't be sad. Just know that I love you all too much lately. I may not come back how you expect, but I'll be there. Maybe in a whisper, maybe in a breeze, or maybe a wagging tail." Dale looked at Sonny, who, as if on cue, placed his head on Lena's lap, sighed contentedly. From then on, they stopped questioning it. Sonny was family. He was Leo. And even though he couldn't speak, he didn't need to. His presence filled the house with the same warmth, the same quiet joy, the same fierce love that Grandpa had always brought. He was home. Has anybody been experiencing elevator problems? This happened to me last night. It's around 16 hours ago. Still haven't been able to figure out what happened nor get any sleep. I live on the 8th floor of a 12-story apartment building. It's sort of a Soviet-style commie block. Commie block? So, last night I was coming back home from work. Same time I usually do. I entered from the elevators, and there's 2 in total. Pressed the button for the 8th floor. The elevator started making unusual noises. It's about to move, the engine's old and loud, but not too loud. And after more than 10 seconds of noises, it still didn't move, and in fact it sounded like the initial engine starter noise was placed on repeat, or kind of like when a cassette jams in those old cassette players. Once the strange noises stopped, the light flickered. The elevator started moving downwards. And in case it wasn't clear, I was on the ground floor when I got the damn thing going, so I noticed that the light color was different, more yellow than white. Kind of like those older light bulbs that you sort of see, like that strong yellow glow. And so the elevator started moving from the ground floor to my 8th floor, downwards. There's no indicator which floor I'm on inside the elevator cabin, but the floor numbers are visible on the outside doors. Except this time, they were Arabic numbers, not Roman as I'm used to. As the elevator stopped on the 8th floor, I got out and I saw an apartment with the same number as mine, except the door looked nothing like my door. The number was the same, but nothing else even similar. Doormat, the knob, even the wood that the 4 was made of. The keyhole was something I've never seen before. It wasn't even a hole, and in fact, it seemed to go outwards, more like a knob, but stranger shape and smaller. Not sure what I can even compare it to. Before I even got the chance to process what happened, something opened the apartment door. Yeah, something. I had no idea what it was or what it looked like, honestly. It was like my eyes saw it, but my brain couldn't process it. Not even the shape or anything. Then that something said something. Or at least I think it did. Noises came out that sounded weird, to say the least. Kind of like the speech in papers. Please, video game. That's the best I can think to compare it to something. The speech in papers, please, video game. I don't know what's going on. Well, I did nothing at this point. I stood there confused, and after a while, a few seconds I think, I backed up into the elevator. As I closed the door, I also heard the apartment door close. And as it did, it was complete darkness. Felt like I was in the void. No noises from the flickering light or the humming of the elevator's electric engine. Nothing. I'd say that I couldn't even feel any gravity. It was like floating in space. After what felt like a decade, but was probably no more than 10 seconds, the elevator light flickered back on. That same ugly yellow light. But in the small glass window looking outside of the elevator, I could see that damn void. Absolute nothingness behind 2 sets of doors. I pressed 0, otherwise known as the ground floor. Elevator made its standard noise and started moving. This time upwards. And as I looked through the small window, nothing but darkness. That same darkness comparable to the void. The elevator reached floor 0, and for a few seconds there was a still darkness outside. I didn't dare to even think of opening the door. And just as I finally began to panic, I was confused before, but fear didn't set in yet, the light flickered again, just for a fraction of a second. And then everything came back to normal. I mean everything. Outside of the window wasn't the void, but the regular ground floor hallway. The light wasn't that old ugly yellow, but more modern white. Even the air seemed to be different than before, familiar. Didn't even get the chance to even exit the elevator when it started moving upwards to the 8th floor. My 8th floor. It was more than clear at that time that I was in front of my apartment door. Keyhole was regular and my key fit in perfectly as always. Got inside, everything looked and felt exactly the same. Never before or since experienced anything like this, nor have I ever had any paranormal encounters, or whatever you'd like to call them. Also, haven't taken any drugs ever in my life. Even though I socially enjoy alcohol, I haven't drank any for more than a month at least. No signs of any mental illness as well, until now at least. Also, never told this to any of my friends for obvious reasons. The whole thing lasted 1 to 2 minutes max, or at least I think so. I have no clue what to think of it. As far as I'm aware, nothing has changed ever since, except for one sleepless night. If somebody has any sort of explanation or advice or even a theory, I would appreciate it a lot. And if not, I guess it's the stairs for me for the rest of my life. My brother heard my dad call out to him in the woods, but my dad was in Brazil at the time. This happened in the winter of 2021, or maybe a little bit more. Me, my brother, mother, and niece were at my mom's cabin in northern Canada. We were working on cleaning up around it and chopping wood and moving junk, etc. As we were packing up and getting ready to head home, my mother and niece were already in the truck. As my brother and I were throwing stuff in the back, neither of us said anything. But from the other side of the truck bed, my brother turned around with confusion all over his face and said, "What?" I stared at him and said, "What?" He kept looking over my shoulder and behind me, and as he looked to me, he said, "I just heard Dad call my name." And just as he said that, I felt something watching me from behind. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I looked toward where he had heard it, and it was pitch black behind the cabin. Hurried him to hop in the truck and told her mom to drive home and hurry. Weird thing is I didn't hear anything. Only he did, so whatever it was calling out to him only. And again, my dad has a specific way of calling my brother's name. Very hard for regular people to pronounce. So, he was in Brazil visiting family and getting treatment. So whatever it was, perfectly mimicked my dad. Creeps me out to this day just thinking about it. Never want to head up there alone, at least without somebody else there with me. Thought I was seeing things, but I looked over to my mom staring at the exact same thing. This happened in a small hotel beside a busy highway. We're all sitting in the room. We're visiting my oldest brother in his town, having a good time. As our niece was trying to show everybody new gymnastic moves she had learned, I was grabbing food from my mom and I. When I tried to grab the sauce, it started sliding across the table, slowly and deliberately, as though somebody was pushing it with their finger. I was looking at it, thinking I was seeing things, only to look over at my mom and see her looking at the same thing. We looked at each other, smiled in awe at what we were witnessing, then looked back at it. It only slid for a few seconds. Never happened again, and after it stopped, I started conducting research, jumping up and down near the table and shaking the table and waving a gust of wind toward it and blowing on it. Didn't seem to budge. Only when I physically pushed it did it move. We didn't feel scared, though, until a separate encounter happened in the same room. We're all sleeping when a loud noise coming from the bathroom woke my mom up at 3 or 4 a.m. She woke up my dad, and he went to check it out, and apparently my face wash had flown off the bathroom counter, even though that would have been basically impossible. Now, my mom never wants to stay in that room again, but we still stay in the hotel, because the prices are insanely good. What kind of sauce are we talking about? Thirsty turtle, or something else. Hopefully the former. Yes, you may. Ha ha! You can call me foolish, and you can also add your own opinions about how turtles operate when it comes to movement. I've had a few pet turtles, one in particular that I remember being slow when he was watched, but extremely fast when he wasn't. So I'm not saying this was paranormal, but it was definitely strange, and I'd love opinions or even similar instances involving animals. Today I was left home alone, and I recently underwent heart surgery. So you can imagine the relief I felt at not having anybody up my back to see whether or not I was doing okay. Not that I mind, it's just overwhelming. I have a small dog, a Yorkie. She tends to stay glued to her people whenever she feels they need her. Sitting in the living room, television playing a random western, and I was debating on cooking or just getting coffee. And for me, that's always the hardest part. Our front door is doubled, meaning we have the storm door and a screen door. So the storm door is open, screen door is locked. And mind you, our screen door is glass. A bit old as well, so it creaks occasionally when you walk close to it. You have to be human-sized to get it to make noise, so keep that in mind. And I say this as somebody who has grown to tell people from each other by footstep and scent. Anyway, I heard the sound of somebody walking up the steps of our porch. And the actual sounds of somebody's, light or moving slow, the general but kind of long creak. I heard the handle of the door wiggle. It didn't open, but I glanced over in time to hear knocking. Color me surprised that somebody's at the door, but I can't see a shadow, so I get up and make my way over and find myself perplexed. Till I look down and see a turtle. His claws were against the glass, his head lifted to look at me. Then he just collapses. Can't tell if he's breathing anymore, he isn't blinking and he won't budge. Not even when I push the door open to see if I can spur him to attack. No moving. Spur him to attack. My first thought is the little guy just crawled up to the door and kapooted. I freak, I call my folks, and they say leave him alone. Well, I can't, obviously. He needs help. I called Wildlife Services. I'm told that since he doesn't appear to be injured, to leave him. And again, I can't, he needs help. So he's extremely dry. Okay, I can work with that. Probably needs water. Door won't budge, alright, I can get him to move, and I can't open the door, so I walk away and decided I'm gonna have to figure out how I can get out the back and get around the front. But also do so where I'm not at risk, I do not know. I sit down, I'm stumped, thinking away like Pooh Bear. He knocks again, and that same tap, tap, tap. It sounds like some elderly person tapping away at the glass, not wanting to be rude, and... Okay, that's it. I have to help him. So I wiggle the door. I just keep nudging the door against him, little by little, trying to scoot him over without damaging his claws and scratching his shell or hurting him. Wiggling and nudging, trying to coax him to move. He's just a darn rock. Finally, I have enough space to get my arm out. Grab the water bottle I had open and just sort of pour it on him. Tried to pour slow, not directly onto his head. I don't want to drown the guy. Get half the bottle done, I decide that's good. Close the door, and I'm done right. Nope, there's a knock. His little foot and paw, whatever, is tapping against the glass. Okay, pour the rest of the bottle. His head comes out slow-like, and he looks at me. Blinks a few times, which is weird, and you know why if you've ever seen the weird eyelids, but his little nose flares once. Then I see him start taking big breaths, and okay, we got life. He opens and closes his mouth a few times and moves his arms, and now his tail's moving. By Jove, I think he's doing great. I step away. Obviously, I can't move him, so I'll just leave him. Well, wrong. We'll wait for a few minutes, washing a cup in the kitchen, and tap, 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 he's knocking again. Look over the counter. His head is stretched high enough that he can angle himself to see into the house. Tap, tap, tap. Okay, buddy, it's a bit demanding, but I give some more water, and then to keep him from peeping into the house, I close the storm door. Go on my way, wait a while, check on him, see if he's still there. Well, he's angled away from the door, but he's kept his paw on the glass. Fancy. I walk away, return to my duties of ensuring I don't starve, and I don't know how long I take, roughly 10 or more minutes, and as I'm putting a bowl into the microwave, tap, tap, tap. So, nosy me, I go over to the door, open the storm door, and he's just knocked, and I'm assuming he's still complaining that I haven't given him any water. But he's gone. Now he's just knocked, and I'm sure he can't move fast. But not even in the ramp, and he's not on the steps. I walk out, look around, he's not on the grass, and he's large enough to be seen, but he's nowhere, he's just gone. Folk get home, they check the yard. My pop is, by the way, a professional animal helper, but not really, but he does have a big heart and no turtle. He asks me what it looked like. Snapping, obviously an alligator, or alligator snapping turtle. Medium tail, large shell, fat legs. When he moved like he was carrying the weight of the world. Old, probably. No turtle. No sign of a turtle. No tracks except the claw marks on the wood, but only in certain places. So odds are I helped a fast turtle, but part of me likes to think I was being checked on by something. Maybe it was a test, or maybe it was just a thirsty turtle. Also, side note, added the graphic content warning just in case. I have picked up my fair share of alligator snapping turtles, and they are fast, no matter how big they are. Put them in my trunk once. Well, for a minute or two. I know there could be logical reasons to this, but maybe my ex read a text message I sent him after he died. So I, a 29-year-old female, had an ex-boyfriend that was more like family back in the day. He passed away in 2023. I met him in 8th grade and we were good friends. We started dating at around 14 or 15. We were together seriously until about 20. And then we did sort of the on-off thing until 22-ish. Although he had been broken up for quite some time when he had passed, it still hit me quite hard due to growing up with him. We hadn't talked for a long while. He texted me out of the blue a couple of weeks before it happened, via an iCloud account. I was on a hiking trip with my dad at the time and traveling around to different countries and only ended up responding twice. I never responded to the last message he sent before he was gone. And at one point, a few weeks after his death, I texted his contact a short but devastated message and it didn't deliver. And tonight, almost 2 years later, I was on my MacBook looking through my messages and I searched his iCloud account. I then saw the message I'd sent back and it was not only delivered but unread. Unread means that it was previously read. I don't know these things. I know it didn't deliver back then. I'd gone back to her messages quite a few times for the first few months, and it can't be somebody that took over his number or something because it was from the iCloud account. Maybe his dad or his family members were going through his messages at some point recently, but I just can't shake the eerie yet comforting feeling. It feels as if he's here, but not at all, if that makes sense. Could just be grief causing me to lean into any sort of sign from him, but again, it's comforting to ponder. I saw the mod's post about rare evidence. This Class A EVP still unsettles me years later. I saw the mod... Drop my phone. I saw the moderator's post about how good paranormal evidence is getting harder to find, and I completely agree. Most of what's out there is vague and inconclusive or doesn't hit hard unless you were there. But there's one EVP I've kept to myself for years that I've never been able to explain. It was captured during a private training session in my apartment, just weeks after a formal investigation in my family home. It's a location long known for unexplained activity. That earlier investigation produced multiple disturbing EVPs, including one deep, dark voice we believed to be intelligent, followed me home. But this EVP was different. It came from the training session, a controlled, quiet environment that was captured while we were simply testing equipment. I was to become part of the team, and what we caught was crystal clear and deeply personal. The voice came through and said, "The magic is real, Sean. Try it." Sean was the lead investigator and had voice at his name, and even stranger, it seemed to reference a book on witchcraft I'd picked up at a garage sale. He asked me about it later that week, but it had never been mentioned out during the session. I know how rare it is to get an EVP this direct and this specific and this clean. I've had it for years. Still get chills when I play it back. It's not background noise. It's clear, intelligent, and intentional. Curious if anybody else has ever had something respond that specifically, especially when it references something nobody else said out loud. I believe a possible evil spirit is trying to contact me. I'm having trouble sleeping right now. Because earlier today I went to my garage and believe I encountered an entity of another spiritual plane. I went to the garage to get gloves for yard work. I was rummaging through the crate to find the best ones when I hear a very loud slam of the door to the garage. And keep in mind there's no breeze. It's a warm, calm evening in Texas. And this is a heavy, bolted wooden door to the garage. The door was unlocked when I went inside, but upon trying to leave after the door slammed, the door was now locked. I tried to call my grandma, but the calls wouldn't go through. There's no one on the other side of the door. It was just my grandma and I here, and I'm taking care of her for the time being. And a little bit of background. This same garage is a separate part of the main house. It was rumored that somebody was murdered or died in this older, sort of separate part of the house. The family cat we used to have, we also found dead in this garage because of something like maybe falling on him and crushed him badly. I am very superstitious, and now I'm getting urges to go back to the garage. It's like it's in my thoughts, and I'm so tempted to go back. I continued to do yard work, and after I kept looking at the window to the garage because I just felt something was watching me. I could be paranoid, but the energy did feel dark, and I'm tempted to return with a chair and a Bible, sit and wait to see if I catch any new phenomena. Very fascinated by death and spirits. A very eerie but unrelated event happened recently as well. It was within 3 days. I encountered a poisonous snake sitting on the stairs. It was next to my door, and the door to my flat's close to the garage. The snake had already been watching me when I froze once I saw him, roughly 5 feet away. He slithered away after I had made eye contact for what seemed like an eternity. About an hour later, I'm walking back to my flat again when I stop in fear. I don't see anything, but something primal makes me stop. I look to my left, and the snake is at waist level because of the decline to get to the door of my flat. He's no more than 8 inches to a foot away from me at this point, and again I stare at him while I'm frozen in fear, and again he slithers away. Weird coincidence. With this, and yeah, probably is, but I don't know. Another side note. Went to a cemetery recently, sat next to a huge statue of Jesus and cried. Don't know why I went to the cemetery last Sunday, but I had an urge and don't really know why I started crying. I'm recovering from a bad addiction from cocaine and meth. Woo. It had been something that sort of abused my life for 5 years. 5 years. I needed to release some tears, I guess, and did a spirit follow me to my house? I don't know. The cemetery is in the same neighborhood, and by the way, some more backstory in my life. I fought my friend because he crashed out and attacked me after a drug binge, and I was arrested recently for violent assault while working as a security guard as a nightclub person, or security guard, I guess. The man attacked me, and I went too far and I hurt him, and all this makes my life sound like hell, but in actuality I have the job of my dreams right now in the medical device sales, and I'm preparing to complete an MMA again and get more money on the side. If there is a spirit, is he trying to drag me down? And please give me any possible advice you can. The logical, spiritual, the dumb, the good, any metaphysical spiritual ideas passed throughout history. I need advice, and I believe it wants to return and is tempting me. And should I return and try to find something? I weirdly want to meet it face to face. I've seen violence and a little bit of death, so I'm not afraid. And is that a bad sign? I have to walk in the garage anyway, right? What if the spirit is actually friendly? And frankly, I want to validate that the spirit world is real for my own peace of mind. I'm a naturally bold person. I don't want to hastily do something I regret. Flannel man seeking accounts. Hi, I came across this post and thought I should share my experiences with what you referred to as the flannel man. I hadn't encountered what I believed to be the same entity. Many years ago, 2007, something like that. So one morning I'm laying in bed just watching TV like I normally do. Started to get tired, dozed off, and the next thing I know I woke up in a state of sleep paralysis. I was completely paralyzed. While I struggled to wake myself, I noticed at the foot of my bed was a really tall figure wearing a red flannel long sleeve. At the time, I didn't know what to think. I was absolutely terrified, not just because I was in a state of sleep paralysis, but because I thought somebody had broken into my house. At the moment, a ghost or something, like it never crossed my mind. I just thought I was witnessing a person robbing my room, but all the figure did was stand there at the foot of my bed. It was literally hovering over me. I struggled with all my strength, and finally I sprung up out of a state of paralysis, and in an instant the man was gone. A sense of extreme fear washed over me. I was so confused and dumbfounded, but the story doesn't end on that note. At the time, I was still living at my parents' house. I was in a shared basement apartment with my brother, and in my room in our apartment was sort of where I had this encounter. I had mentioned the scenario to him, and he didn't really know what to make of it other than say that maybe I'd seen a ghost. I didn't want to really believe that, and I told myself I was just crazy, and probably from all the pot and alcohol I was consuming at the time. So a few months went by, and still walking on shells in the apartment, meaning every time I turned the corner or came home, I put the lights on, and he was on my mind. The flannel man. I was still very scared. So one night, brother invited a friend over, and she ended up spending the night. Stayed over a few nights soon and became regular and was at her house every day. So one night, me and my brother are chilling, just drinking a couple beers. And he says something along the lines of, "Oh, dude, I forgot to tell you. My friend spent the night here and says she's seen a ghost." And I said, "Oh my God, what do you mean a ghost?" He says, "Yeah, she went to the bathroom and came back into my room hysterically saying, 'I just seen a ghost.'" And I asked him what he said and what she saw, perhaps, and what it looked like. And he says, "Yes. She said it was wearing a red flannel shirt and it was standing by the bathroom door." Well, that did it for me. I wasn't crazy and I actually did see some kind of a paranormal entity in red flannel. And since those incidents, I really haven't had another encounter with the flannel man, but here, whatever it is, occupied part of my headspace for years. Literally owns real estate. Wasn't something that I eventually got over. Something that I had to and still do really cope with till today. If my sister wasn't here to witness this, I'm not sure I would believe it either. Alright, I want to start by saying I've had many paranormal experiences all my life. I actually made this account to start posting them and, well, hopefully find people out there who can relate. I've been followed by spirits, and I've gotten them attached to me since I can remember. And when I was really young, I used to get caught talking to them before I was even taken to a medium. My mom was told they liked my energy, and not to be worried, apparently. As a kid, I was kind of tormented by it, though. I was woken up by them touching me, and I saw shadow figures almost daily, had auditory, quote-unquote, hallucinations. And even sometimes, when I would sit in the back of the class, I could feel individual hairs on my head being pulled up. I never felt like I could tell anybody outside of my family, because whenever I talked about it to the other kids, I'd either get in trouble or they thought I would be crazy. So I just stopped and learned to live with it myself. This went on until about middle school. My experiences significantly started to fade. Till I got really depressed in high school, fixated on horror movies. I loved American Horror Story, and I was pretty much a horror film fanatic. The Conjuring being my absolute favorite movie because some of the scenes made me feel seen for once. There's one specific scene where one of the girls gets caught on camera with the spirit latched onto her back. I remember thinking to myself, oh my gosh, that's exactly how it feels to have a spirit attached to you. I don't watch horror movies anymore, for the record, because I really do believe I have accidentally invited spirits in by watching some of them. But anyways, that's my little introduction. If you've had a similar childhood, I'd love to chat. Here's one story I want to share for right now. It involves the Conjuring movie. So, since I grew up surrounded by paranormal activity, my mom became extremely superstitious and didn't allow horror movies in my house. If she found out I was watching any, I'd be grounded immediately. And naturally, as a 16 or 17-year-old at the time, I rebelled against basically everything because I didn't believe her. The Conjuring 3 was released in theaters. I loved it so much I saw it twice. The second time I watched it, my sister and I got to the theater to ourselves because it was a late showing and had been out for a pretty good time. Got back really late. went upstairs to my room, and my sister stayed in her room downstairs. It's around 1 a.m. I've got my purple lights on in my room, and I'm just kind of doom-scrolling. I have a rescue Chiweenie. What? Chiweenie. Okay. They sleep with me every night. Anybody who knows him knows he's incredibly passive, calm, and friendly. Well, that's good. I knew something was up when he started growling, very, very lowly, with his ears back and every spine hair in his back sticking straight up. He was staring directly at my closet, stood up and starts almost hissing at whatever it is, and he's looking at it, and I can't bring myself to even move. So I text my sister, and I tell her she needs to come upstairs immediately. She comes to my room with her dog, and they both sit on my bed. All four of us, dogs included, proceed to stare at the closet, backs to the wall, and her dog starts doing the same kind of thing. Now, I've honestly never seen an orb before this. Usually all my sightings are of shadow figures. But in front of my closet, exactly where the dog's been staring, there's an orb-shaped apparition that appears out of nowhere. I don't even know how to describe it. It was like invisible, kind of, but you could see it, and it was sort of there because it was kind of warping the wood behind it, and it was pulsating. I'm frozen. Not really in fear, but because I don't want it to disappear. My sister, as if on cue, asks me if I see it. I nod, and we watch it together for the next hour together. It moves around slowly in front of my closet. Sometimes it would disappear, and I would say that I can't see it anymore. Then, when it would come back on again, my sister would point to exactly where it appeared, and we fell asleep on the bed like basically watching it. I would not say either of us were scared of it. I think both of us felt it was maybe a playful spirit, like it was excited to be seen or something. I'm not sure if watching the movie beforehand had something to do with it, but my sister hadn't also seen it. I would genuinely to this day think I was crazy. My family owns a farm. We have an acreage ghost. Our farm has 7.5 acres. We have goats, chickens, turkeys, dogs, and cats. We had cows at the time of this as well, and my aunt's family lives on our land with us, and we all do stuff around the farm. Milking, gathering eggs, and feeding animals. About a year ago, my aunt was walking through her pasture and out to the chicken pen. We had set it up to shut them in for the night, and we had a few goats and the electric fence by the front of her property. As she was walking back to her house, she heard a female voice saying, hi goats, goaty, goaty, goaties. Kind of high-pitched way. And by the way, nobody was outside, except for her, so super weird. My brother was feeding her dogs when he heard a female voice saying, here, chickie, 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 chickies, to the baby chicks that were at the front of her property. Again, super weird. Super normal. My cousin was over for the weekend like 3 weeks after the second incident happened. My cousin and I were standing on the deck at night, and we both turned at the same time toward a female voice singing. I was freaked that it was the first time I had heard anything that scared me. My dad started keeping a bat by the door at this point. Maybe a month later, my aunt and mother were in the barn with the goats, unable to exit the barn. I walked in and they asked if I had been playing with the dogs and talking to them, which I had not. I had just walked outside straight to the barn. Plus, the dogs weren't there. They said they heard a female voice talking to the dogs just outside the barn that sounded like me. And something you should know is that my mother, my aunt, and I are the only women that live on the property. 2 little girls, but it's a young woman's voice that people keep hearing, that they say sounds like me. So yeah, super freaky. Been going on for a long time. Always joke around if things get lost or if things get moved. Maybe the acreage ghost took it. Well, if it wasn't you, it must have been the acreage ghost. Things like that. You've just crossed into Paranormal M, where each tale is darker than the last. Spirits, shadows, and the strange are waiting to be found. Subscribe and tap the bell. Your next scare is just a click away. Little girl in my backyard. This happened almost 20 years ago, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. One day when I was 9, I was in the kitchen. I was washing my dishes. And for no particular reason, briefly looked out the window with a view of the backyard. That's when I saw a little girl staring at me. She had shoulder-length, dirty blonde hair, wore a short-sleeved striped t-shirt, shorts, and sneakers. She looked about my age. She just stood there, expressionless. I only saw her for a split second before I went to wash up, and almost immediately after I did a double take when my brain finally registered what I saw. And when I looked back up, she was gone. Now, it was impossible for anybody to get into her backyard. We had a tall fence that could only open and close from the inside. The window provided a view of the whole area. There was nowhere to run or hide, especially with only a second to do so. It was broad daylight. I don't think it was my brain trying to fill out the blanks or something it didn't recognize. Never saw her again. Told my friend about it when she was here earlier today. She asked me what neighborhood specifically. Told her the street name. She said that the area in particular has seen a fair bit of activity. For example, she and her husband live near my old house. One day when he was home alone, he walked past the living room to get to the kitchen. He saw 2 men in army uniforms. They were talking to each other while sitting on the couch. He did a double take, and just like that, they were gone. Encounter that left me with the heebie-jeebies. I lived at home for a year after college and decided to go for a run one morning. I live in a cul-de-sac in a rural area that has a trail surrounding the whole neighborhood, about a mile or so loop. It was warm, so I dressed appropriately, put on my headphones, and started my run. About halfway through, I rounded a corner of the trail with kind of a decent but not good visibility. There was a man standing there. Scared the shit out of me. And in my perspective, he came out of nowhere. Embarrassed, I stopped. I just turned off my headphones to catch my breath and say hello. Given that he had to be a neighbor, this isn't a marked or well-known trail. I noticed he was dressed strangely for the time of year, but didn't really think much about it until later. He had on a tealish, purplish jacket and long pants, a beanie, and yellow sunglasses. He looked like a skier from like a 70s or 80s movie, and he was bearded. I told him how badly he startled me. He both chuckled and asked where I was from. I told him I was from this neighborhood and the street name. Again, it was a dead-end cul-de-sac. He asked me if they finally finished that development. I've lived on this street my entire life, and it was completed over 25 years ago. I told him yes, he might be thinking of a different one because of this. He looked confused. I said goodbye and continued my run. I ran for no more than 20 feet before the eeriness of the conversation got the best of me. I looked back and he's completely gone. No way I could imagine that he'd been able to move out of sight that quickly. The last details I want to add for this post are that I'm not superstitious. but this was very eerie and still freaks me out to this day. Also, in telling the story to my family an hour after it happened, I recalled in my telling that I didn't remember seeing any skin on him. To be clear, I'm not saying I observed a lack of skin. I just don't recall seeing any exposed skin anywhere on him, face or otherwise. Me neither. What do y'all think? Recently moved into a house that was built in the 1970s. For the past 5 months, odd things have happened. Once, my 1-year-old had a balloon in his pack-and-play. It popped, and the string from the balloon went missing. It was cut so it was maybe half an inch long. I thought my son had ate it. I searched him in his bed and took the pack-and-play apart. I was alone. I voiced out loud, "Oh, please help me find it." 5 minutes later, it appeared in his pack-and-play in clear view. I said thank you, and I was relieved. My 1-year-old son had his favorite toy. It was a toy phone that made sounds and lights. It would go off every day, maybe every other day at night. Nothing touching it or being pushed down. It wasn't broken or damaged. Well, once it kept going off, I sat beside it and I went over and over as me and my son played on the floor, and I asked, "Are you there?" And it continued to go off. I then asked, "Okay, that's enough. Please stop now." Turning the toy off, "Thank you." It stopped and I turned it off. Other toys and lights randomly going off, especially at night when the same toys would be perfectly okay throughout the day. Recently, I lost my vape, laughing my ass off. Well, me and my husband look for it everywhere, and I give up and it's fine. Now, while we're looking, we move the bed sheets and blankets completely off the bed, and it wasn't there, right? 2 hours later, it falls out of the bed comforter. Kind of weird. Today, our remote to the TV is gone. Nowhere to be found. The remote never goes out of the room, so it's kind of odd. After 30 minutes of flipping the room over, we just give up. And not to sound crazy, but sometimes I feel something is in the room. Especially from 2 to 5 a.m. I don't see anything, just a feeling. Especially in my son's room, or outside the front door. I brush it off to not spook myself. Anyways, what do y'all think? I'm sure other things have happened here that isn't coming to mind at the moment. You betcha. All my tech devices broke at the same time. Me too. I live with my parents. Nope. So I don't own things like a washing machine, TV, or fridge. I only own a desktop computer, a phone, and a pair of Bluetooth headphones, but all managed to break in less than a month. And all started in February with my phone. Charging board broke, couldn't charge it, so I took it to a technician and he repaired it. Less than a month later, one of my Bluetooth headphones stopped working. It just wouldn't turn on, even though I had charged it. But only, one of the pair. I went to the local technician and he told me he couldn't repair it, so it's been broken ever since. 2 weeks ago, my phone started having the same problem again. I decided to buy a new one just yesterday. But I'm waiting for it to arrive while using a borrowed phone that only has a few essential apps I need every day. Doesn't end there. Now my personal desktop computer is having display issues. The screen goes black and the sound and everything else works fine. Of course, you're into tech, you might just tell me to reload the graphics drivers, pressing Control pressing Shift Control plus Windows plus B, but that doesn't help. The only solution I found so far is to restart the computer. Turn it on and off again. I know all these are tech problems, but they're all happening at once. The devices I have are expensive, and most of them are only about 3 years old because I work with heavy software. So I've come to the conclusion that this whole situation feels kind of surreal. Try having your entire house flood, everything pointing a gun at you and everything breaking and losing all of your licenses for all of your software. And having your boss think that you're lying in order to, I don't even know. Funky boss, funky boss, funky boss, get off my back. Things I can't explain after near-death experience. So I've had a plethora of eerie experiences due to an acquired brain injury. I had an infection and encephalitis. I dealt with psychosis episodes for years, and I'd see shadows, people constantly. They never heard me, and they were always faceless. They would constantly lean around corners to watch me. They never scared me, and it was more just trippy and weird. This experience cleared up on a steroid and antibiotic, which always made me feel that a lot of the supernatural experiences could be explained away by something going wonky in the brain. Anyway, after that time, I started to delve into all things spiritual. I was really interested in all things spiritual and religious after having my near-death experience, and being in hospice care and somehow recovering. I started dabbling in tarot and Ouija. Mother gave me one of her old decks to play with while I was bedridden. Now, personally, I don't really see anything wrong or evil with them. I don't think if you use them, especially a Ouija board, that you'll invite something in or evil things will befall you. I've been using them for 6 years now. If anything, I find the practice even now to be quite soothing. I think it's more of an intuitive practice, similar to using a pendulum, kind of like doing therapy on yourself. However, since doing tarot, I've had some insane predictions come true, and I started to hone in on the practice of divination, if anybody even believes in that. Sometimes when shuffling, I see the card I'm about to pull flash in my mind before it pops out. When the card pops out, it's the same card I was envisioning in my head, and it started to weird me out a bit, as if there's nothing really I could find to explain that away. Also, using the cards, I saw that my friend's boyfriend was cheating on her. Within 2 weeks, she found out he was. I'd also used the Ouija board and tarot to find things I was missing, like I'd ask, is my missing item in here, here, and here? And 10 times out of 10, the board would say like a yes or no, lead me to what I was looking for. The skeptic in me wanted to say that deep down in your subconscious you remember where you left it, even if you consciously don't. The board's connecting to you, maybe to your subconscious or something like that. Here's 2 stories that I can't explain away. Things just keep getting weirder. Not in a disturbing, unsettling way like The Conjuring, but just so many coincidences or things that come true that kind of started getting weird. For example, I saw a flash in our car tipping over. It wasn't an accident on a road trip to get to our puppy. I see a lot of flashes in my brain since my brain injury. I really expressed to my parents that I didn't want to go and something wasn't right, but we went. And when we did go, naturally we hit a deer, and what happened? Car tipped over. Then before that, when I was at my sickest, my mother drove me up to see my grandmother and uncle. It was about an 8-hour car ride, and upon leaving, my grandmother let me hold my deceased papa's ring. I started bawling, telling them that we couldn't go, that the wheel on the car was broken, that my deceased papa said that it was. Just like everything else, I saw it in this type of flash in my head, and when I shuffled my oracle deck, a specific card titled The Wheel was the first one to fly out, in front of everybody. Now, my mother was used to having kind of episodes since my brain injury, so she reassured me that sometimes I get paranoid and that everything is fine, that the road trip back home would also be fine. Spoiler alert, the trip back home was not fine. And what happened? The wheel came off on a thruway. Mother lost control of the van, and we almost drove off a cliff. Damn. Now, I do get car anxiety. Can't imagine why. Just curious about everybody's thoughts or other similar experiences. I never really experienced anything strange like this before, and I had an NDE and definitely need therapy for my health in general. No idea what kind of support I'm meant to get for this type of thing. If my audio is weird or the rain noise is off, well, for one, I don't have control over the balance between the rain and my voice. And for two, I'm sitting Indian style, holding a mic at the same time as holding my phone, which I'm reading off of, so I don't know if you can hear me well or not. But thanks for trying. I saw her when I was 9 years old, and then 25 years later. When I was 9 years old, my best friend Matt's parents, they offered to take us and his 2 younger siblings to a place called Discovery Zone. It was in the next city over, about 40 minutes away. We had dinner afterwards and then headed back to our town. That's where I would sleep over at Matt's house. We lived in a part of the east side of town that was pretty rough, and there was a large swath of undeveloped land between the main road and the entrance to our neighborhood. On either side of the access road between the two were prairies. They were overgrown with brush and weeds, with nothing to speak of for maybe half a mile in any direction at that time. Matt, his little brother and sister were crashed out. I was awake and looking out the window of the red Chrysler minivan we were riding in. Now, it's important to note that as a kid, I was afraid of everything. And I mean that I used to turn off the light and sprint up the stairs. I used to sleep with the covers all the way over my head, leaving only a small opening for air. I wouldn't even dream of watching a horror movie. Now, as I'm looking out the window into the empty prairie on the night, I see her, clearer than should have been possible thanks to the moonlight. A tall, frail woman, hunched over a bit with long, thin, stringy hair. Everything about her was spindly, and I could even tell that she was soaking wet, as if she'd come just out of a river. Then, as I fixated on her, she stopped walking and turned her head. She saw me. As she raised her head to look at me, I realized that it wasn't a woman's head on her body, but that of a horse, whose white hair was made gray and muddy by the water and dirt. Not only that, but I knew I couldn't see it exactly. But I knew that the horse's eyes were cloudy and milky, blind with age or disease. Now here's the strange bit. I wasn't afraid of her, and in my mind was like a voice telling me it was okay. A voice saying that I'd seen her, and she'd seen me now. I didn't have to be afraid. My family and I are from Mexico, grew up in the Southwest. So I immediately equated what I saw with Llorona, who all of us kids had heard of as a sort of a cautionary tale to get our asses inside, at least before it got too late or dark. I never told a soul about seeing her, never really thought about her again, until March of 2020. During the COVID shutdown, or lockdown, or whatever you want to call it, spent a lot of time online, and much of that was on a certain paranormal message board that used to be cool. One afternoon I'm scrolling through the endless threads there, and one caught my attention. Share your scary or paranormal or supernormal experiences about Mexico. Reading through each of them was pretty fun, till I came upon this one. It was from a guy who used to date a girl from Mexico. Her uncle owned a mango grove there, and while the guy and his girlfriend were walking through it one day, kept noticing an old woman ducking behind the trees, and finally he asked the girlfriend who the old lady was. She turned to look, just catching a glance of her. The girl grabbed her boyfriend by the wrist, took off running without a word, till they got back to the house. She breathlessly told her uncle that there had been an old witch spying on them, and that when she looked at her, the woman had a white horse head in place of her own. Every hair on my body was standing up, but it was the attached comment from another user that made my blood run cold. His father and his friend had been partying in Mexico one night. That's when they were young men, and were driving back when they saw a young girl walking along the side of the road. With her back to them, hunched over, she was dripping with water. So they stopped to see if she was okay. When they approached her, she turned to face them, and they took off sprinting back to the car. She had a white horse head, and a friend said that his eyes were milky and clouded blind. Now I could accept the argument that whatever I saw as a kid was pure imagination, but how is it that I imagined the exact same woman that these guys saw? I looked for any precedent for the Llorona having a horse head, and I came up with nothing. But fast forward to another few years, when I was at Universal Studios Hollywood Horror Nights. They had a Llorona-themed haunted house, and wouldn't you know it, they gave her a skinned, bloody horse head. One time, Universal Studios, I'm telling an unrelated story. One time at Disney World, well, 2 times at Disney World, the first time at Disney World I was saved by a lady's red M&M in the underwater thing where some sort of giant kraken sort of breaks your submarine open. I was probably 4. And then the second time was some weird alien thing where my dad broke the machine and ripped the harness off. Pretty awesome. The 90s. Shadow person seen by me and my father. When I was 12 years old, a traumatic experience happened in my life that caused my parents and I to move states, caused my father to have a traumatic brain injury. Life was crazy after that. There is a reason why I'm telling you this. We lived and moved into an apartment in Marietta, Georgia. That was from New York. I only had 1 bedroom. My parents took the bedroom and I slept in the living room. One night I was really tired. Couldn't go to sleep in the living room because my parents were watching TV. Well, my father was. I'm sure my mother was passed out. But long story short, I got in their bed. They had a walk-in closet that was perpendicular to the bed. Now, their bed was dark, but the walk-in closet was darker. So I'm laying in there and I look into the closet. I see this figure, this outline. It's darker than the darkness of the entire closet. No face, tall, broad shoulders. Wearing what looked like a trench coat and an old dime 1920s gangster hat. It was moving left and right and backwards and forwards like it's jumping. Just remembering this gives me the chills. I look down, I notice it has no feet. I feel petrified. Finally, I get up the courage to get up and run. And I run straight to my father. But I stop and I don't say a word. I'm afraid of him because that brain injury makes him erratic. So I just stare, kind of petrified and silent. He looks up at me and he says, "I know, I see it too." I had people tell me it was a manifestation of the dark stuff that was happening in my life at the time. I've even had some people believe that it was the dark curse of my family. And other family members haven't seen it. My father said he saw it weeks before that bad event. I don't know, but that's what happened. My father ended up getting a Bible, saying a few things from the book of Revelations. Never saw it again. Could our fears be drawing spirits and energy towards us? There is a theory of sorts that has recently been on my mind, and every night before I go to bed the theory expands, and, well, I have to force it sort of out of my brain to get some sleep. I'm not saying that it's accurate, but I am saying that, rather asking you to consider it. Perhaps provide me with closure as to why it can't be true. Your fear might be a beacon, and it's calling out to the unknown. Everything in the universe is run on energy, and a sort of cause and effect relationship, where one thing influences the other, which turns into an eternal cycle of what is, what was, and what could be. Energy, or the ability to perform work, is something that can't just exist. It has to have a source or a trigger, a beacon from which force is produced that causes a corresponding shift in another quantity capable of being able to be affected by force. The process of this effect is energy. Human beings are masses of flesh. Flesh that's made of the same elements as the universe itself. However, humans are distinguished by their ability to perform work. The soul that so many cultures refer to can be considered the same as a specific type of energy. An energy that exists in every human being. The energy is, of course, due to a force that causes an effect as energy. Our brains produce many electromagnetic impulses and signals due to its inner force. Our thoughts, in fact, are signals. A lot about energy and radiation we quite don't know yet. However, if there were to be a radiation that reaches past our human boundaries of conception, by a force that makes up the foundation of life as we call it, it would certainly transcend the physical limits of our body and beyond that the dimension we live in. This radiation is powered by brain activity. Hence, as brain activity increases, the radiation will increase. Ghosts, or spirits, are this energy in an unbound form. While remaining in such a form, they can very much receive radiation that affects their own from other sources. And thus, when radiation of a certain strong kind, driven by moral fear, perhaps reaches them and may be unbound by physical limits or mental control, their energy would be drawn to a source or affected by it. Or perhaps their energy could freely affect one's own on closure presence, Interdimensional beings also come into play. The stronger our thoughts and emotions, the greater they would be felt, the stronger the signal that would be sent. Interdimensional beings come in all shapes and sizes, some with an appetite for energy. I saw a dwarf, weird, strange thing in my dorm. This happened 2 or 3 years ago. It was while I was in my father's village, a place where he was born. And I'm Spanish, sorry if there's any spelling mistakes. So every year we go to his village to spend part of the summer. It's located in one of Spain's rural countrysides. It's quite a small village. We stayed in one of my father's friends' houses. It's in a flat. The first apartment from a 3-floor flat, so we had a garage too. The other 2 apartments were empty, so people in them at the time, and I slept in a room with 2 beds, closet, side table with a lamp, and normal things a dorm has. It was summer, so I think I remember leaving the window open for the night, but not completely. Only a really small part of it. The blinds covered a big part, so absolutely nothing or somebody could have entered, and went to sleep at around 12. At one part of the night, I don't know the time because I didn't have a clock on my nightstand and I didn't check my phone, I woke up and I saw the silhouette of a creature in the dark. It was at the foot of my bed. Had the exact same silhouette as those little dwarves with their red hats and white beards people put on their gardens. It was the same, but bigger. It stood there for a couple of seconds, then jumped from my bed and slithered under it. My mind was not processing any of this, so after it jumped under my bed, I stood there, sitting in my bed still. After maybe, and I'm not exaggerating, maybe 5 seconds, my mind went, well, I must be dreaming. I laid in my bed and fell asleep right after my head touched the pillow. The next morning, I immediately remembered all of this, and of course was terrified to put my feet out of my bed and onto the floor right beside it. I eventually did, and nothing happened. Went to the kitchen, told my mom about it, and she told me I must have been dreaming. Didn't believe me, obviously. The next day, I was a bit scared of sleeping in the same room. Checked under my bed every night before I went to sleep. Nothing strange happened in the next nights. I don't think it was a nightmare. It felt a bit too real. I had an intense experience. I can't explain it. Does anybody have a similar experience or an explanation? Also, before I start explaining, I'm not suffering from hallucinations or any other, mental illness. I also didn't consume any substance that would affect my perception, or as they say, my perception, like alcohol or weed, so it happened around 10 p.m. Brushed my teeth, went to the bathroom. Then I went to my room. The lights in the room were off, but I could see quite well. I sat on the bed, leaned my back against the wall. I just thought for a while, and suddenly an orb or sphere appeared about 1.5 meters in front of me. It was bright white, about the size of an apple, slightly yellowish on the sides. Hovered above the ground, a little above my eye level. At that moment, I didn't know what the hell was going on, so I just sat there and tried to rub my eyes, thinking that my eyes were tired or that it was some kind of optical illusion. When I opened my eyes again, the orb was still there. I tried to look at it properly and examine it, and suddenly everything around me went black as if my room and I didn't exist, and all I saw was a glowing ball slowly descending toward the ground. I was very confused, but I couldn't take my eyes off of it. After a few seconds, the orb disappeared and everything returned to normal. I tried to process what had just happened, but another one appeared immediately. It was exactly the same as the previous one. Everything went black again, and the events repeated themselves. And after this orb disappeared, nothing happened for a few seconds. I sat in awe and horror of what was happening. And then another one appeared. This one was black and bigger. Not by much, but still. Everything went black again. I only saw the orb, but this thing was like much bigger and longer than the first two. Then it disappeared, and everything as before. I sat and watched what would happen next. After a while, I got up, went to the exact place where I saw them. I don't know why I did it, but I felt like I had to. And after all of this, I went to check my phone. And when I looked at the clock, I found out that 1 hour had passed. It was just before all this happened. I looked at the clock, which showed 9:30, now 10:43. I was in shock because I thought that 15 minutes had passed, let alone an hour and 17. Then I realized that I might have fallen asleep and that it was all just a dream. Pinched my hand to wake up, but I found out that I really wasn't sleeping. I didn't know what to do. So I went to bed, tried to calm myself. And after a long time I managed to do that, tried to find out as much as possible about this morning, but couldn't find anything. Visited about 10 websites, but each one said something completely different. That's why I'm turning to you. I really don't know what happened to me that night. And I'd like to know if something similar has happened to anyone, or maybe somebody has an explanation. I can confidently deny that it was just orbs the night before my mother's incident. This isn't something I'd seen personally, but rather an encounter from my grandmother. My entire family considers her house extremely haunted. Family considers her house, well, at least for decades. Everybody's grown used to all the paranormal activity. I take exactly what she says at face value. She has no reason to lie, and there's no explanation for what she had seen. 5 years now ago, my mom passed away in the hospital. There was an incident where her sugar level dropped dangerously low. She was left unconscious for several hours. She didn't regain consciousness and was essentially declared brain dead. Weeks went by until she ultimately just passed away. It was really unexpected and obviously world-shattering. After some time had passed, my grandma finally was willing to share her story. She was lying in bed, lights off. She prepared to go to sleep. Several glowing blue orbs appeared above her, staying close to the ceiling. They swirled and moved about for a bit before disappearing. She said that it was like nothing she'd ever seen before. She didn't do anything in the situation because what are you really supposed to do? She just observed. This was the night before the incident with my mom. My grandmother's room was directly below my mom's room. So that means the orbs were hovering just beneath my mom's room. Of course, I asked, "Don't you think that was a sign? Like a warning sign? So maybe we could have helped her sooner." If my mom had been found way sooner, it's possible she would be alive today, and my grandmother replied with, "I don't know what that was, or what it meant. It could have brought that upon her for all we know." So, has anybody heard of or experienced anything similar to the glowing orbs? Any thoughts on the intentions or reasonings for its particularly timed appearance? Was it a warning or simply a show of a bad omen's arrival? The Great White Horseman. Hey, I've been trying to see if there is any known ghost or cryptid that matches an experience I had about 10 years back. I tried Google searching from time to time, but I never thought to ask Reddit. If anybody knows anything about this, let me know. I perused the rules rather quickly, and I do understand that this is not a place for creative writing workshops. The following is not a work of fiction, but I'm genuinely reaching out to see if there's any sort of known phenomenon or similar experience out there. This took place in Fresno, California, at a place formerly known as Sequoia Ridge Apartments. At the time, I was one of the security guards for the apartment complex. I remember that it was winter, and it was extremely foggy at night. You could only really see about 20 feet in any direction. Maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. That's when I heard the very distinctive clip-clop of a horse walking on sidewalk. I was immediately dumbfounded, as this apartment complex is nowhere near any rural part of the city where stables might be. In fact, it was more to the industrial part of town than anything else. And of course, my first thought was that it could be a police horse. Those are usually only used for high foot traffic events like street festivals. I remember hearing the clip-clopping coming toward where I was quite far off from, and I walked around near the perimeter fence searching the public sidewalk for a solid 2 minutes. That was before I saw him emerge through the fog. He rode past me along the public sidewalk. He was close, that if I had reached through the fence, I might have been able to touch his horse. The horse was pure white, no saddle. Rider was a man, dressed like a stereotypical character from the 1800s romance movies. He had white gloves on, a red jacket with conductor tails, white riding pants, and boots. The notable part, though, was his face was completely featureless, like a mannequin. He never looked at me or acknowledged my existence, like he didn't even know I was there. When I encountered him, I was on the street corner, and he rounded that corner. There was a kind of fence divider at the corner, so I had to run around the building to try to catch him on the other side. When I got there, he was gone, though. I listened for the horse clip-clopping, but even the sound was gone. I saw a few spooky things working security overnight over the years, but nothing was ever like that. So, close and vivid. Like I said, I tried Googling various keywords having to do with ghosts and spirits, but I was never able to find anything that matched the experience I had. I personally just always called him the Great White Horseman. Really curious to see if anybody here has ever heard of anything like this. My experience with shadow people. When I was a kid, I would see shadow people very frequently. I haven't seen them since I moved out of my childhood home at 14 years old, though. That house was such like the main front door. It was opposite the driveway. And to get to it, you would walk up the sidewalk, past the dining room and kitchen. Both had windows. When somebody came to the house, it would cast a very distinct shadow past those windows as they approached. This was commonplace to see them. They were trying to enter the house. Or rather, as if they were trying to enter the house. I took some time to read some other posts about shadow people before I wrote this. My experience is similar, but has some notable differences, you could say. Firstly, I could feel a terrifying presence when they were around, like they were very much not friendly. The house was a new construction. No one had ever lived there, and was a very rural area with obvious signs of Native American occupation. Arrowheads and multiple mortar holes, like sort of in the nearby creek rocks. They were more than just shadows cast against windows. You could see them very clearly through mirrors. I grew up before modern internet. I had no idea what mirror scrying was. But this was how I would see them directly. Their body was a shadow, but it moved like old TV static. Their heads had 2 points, like 2 triangles, as if they had the outline of cat ears or maybe horns. They weren't adult person-sized. They were my height, size of a 10-year-old boy. It got to the point that I would avoid looking at mirrors as I walked through the house. I would only look at them when I needed to, and I didn't like noticing that a group of them was sort of skulking about. I remember that I didn't fear that they could physically interact with anything, but I firmly believed that if I didn't cast them out of my room at night, they would give me nightmares when I slept. Much later in life, I told my sister about the shadow people. When I did, her face turned pale. Both of our descriptions matched. We had both seen them individually and in groups. We both avoided burning candles in front of mirrors, would speak out loud to banish them and refuse them permission to enter. We both believed them to give nightmares. We both saw them in the same places. We both could feel them as a bad presence. Both believed that we had the power to cast them out of our rooms, but could only prevent them from entering the house as a whole before they got in. We had both named them the Shadow People. I heard a voice in my grandma's house. So I'm Mexican, and I was in the second floor of my grandma's house, 2-story house. The second floor is usually related to paranormal activities, even before the events I'm about to say happened. All of my aunts and uncles on my mom's side spent their whole lives there. Some of them actually experienced some paranormal activities. For example, one of my uncles once told me that one day, when everybody was outside shopping at a Tiangui place? Tianguis. For the love of God, somebody help me. Tianguis. Tianguis-A. Tianguisa place where people sell and use clothes and food and toys. He was alone and he heard steps on the second floor. Second floor had 4 rooms. He was like the closest one to the stairs, and he said that the steps were random. But he thought one of his brothers or sisters had already come back home. But when he went downstairs to get some water, he realized he was still home alone. Nobody was there. This happened about 2 or 3 years ago, where I was sleeping on the second floor. I was in the second room closest to the stairs, and I think it was 12 p.m. or maybe 1 a.m. That's a big window. I was looking at my phone and already wanted to sleep, so I stood up to turn the light switch. But just when I was about to click the light switch, I heard an extremely deep and thick voice coming from my left shoulder. It didn't said any understandable word, but it seemed to say, "Oh." And I obviously got scared. Didn't know what to do since everybody was already sleeping. So I decided after some time to make a run for it. Went to my grandma's room where she was sleeping, closest to where I was. Told her about what happened. She told me to pray and to go to sleep where she was. She has a huge bed, and the next day I told my mom what happened. She sprayed holy water where that happened. We still don't have any idea or explanation for that, and at first I thought it was the bed since it already was pretty old, and maybe when I stood up it made that sound or something like that, but it doesn't make sense since I heard it from my left shoulder, the one facing the door. And I remember it sounding like a voice, not a bed crack. Calling, this makes me nervous. I think I had a close, very close encounter of some kind, and I just can't stop thinking about what it was. So this happened 2 or 3 months ago. I have a quote-unquote backyard area behind my house. It's actually just a mad driveway with bushes and trees, and sometimes take my dogs out there for a quick pee if a long walk is not due. So I'm out there with one of my dogs probably around 11 p.m. or 12 a.m. He's sniffing around and peeing a bit, when all of a sudden I hear it. A voice, loud as hell, almost sounds like he has a microphone or speaker and it's projected directly toward me. And for the next about 25 seconds, this thing is absolutely yelling something at me. I don't know what here it said. It was for sure not English. I don't think it was Latin, and to be perfectly honest, it didn't sound like any language I've ever heard. But it was for sure a language. It spoke so loud and so distinctly that it was definitely an intelligent being. Now, for the first couple seconds, my brain was overloading, thinking, what the fuck? Then I immediately think to record the sound. I didn't see anything. But I remembered that I left my phone inside because it was almost on zero battery. The next thought I have is this must be some sort of prank or something. There's a building next door, but it's literally a retirement home. And in the 20 years of living here, never even heard a TV playing from any of their windows, let alone something as loud as this. And then this happened. The voice sounded like it was coming from a 12-foot, 500-pound creature. That's how loud and strong it sounded. But nothing was there that you could see. The moment I thought like maybe the speaker or some movie scene, and well, I kid you not, the source of the sound went back and forth like the entire length of their yard. It was moving back and forth, still talking to me, just maybe 10 feet away. Way closer than the building itself. It was not a speaker, at least not from the building. The other crazy thing is my dog was barking like crazy where this voice was coming from. My dog never barks at hardly anything, especially in that scenario, just us two chilling outside. Man, can't stop thinking what it was. I think it was an alien. A friend I told who believes me thinks it was a demon. Either way, as scary as it was in that moment, I also think, wow, it was really cool. The thing's voice sounded malicious for sure, and if real, probably something that could have crushed me. Maybe like an insect. So the fact that it didn't gives me some sort of peace. Fucking weird, huh? Haunted rooms and fire alarms. As a professional firefighter for over 33 years, here's another suspected paranormal story. Many buildings here in Australia are required by law to be fitted with fire monitoring systems, usually a combination of smoke, heat, and fire detectors. These systems are connected to a monitoring company, and when triggered, notify Fire Command to send 2 stations to attend the triggered alarm as protocol. Over a period of time, being months, we started attending an alarm that was being activated around 2 or 3 a.m. It was what was the computer data center of a psychiatric hospital. This hospital has been there since the 1800s. Despite the servicing company replacing the detector head in this particular room, the false alarms continued. Same time period at night, always there with no apparent cause. We'd check the room, make sure no fire, then reset the alarm and leave. Being a computer data center, there is always a security guard there 24/7. They would accompany us throughout the building. Things got interesting when we attended one night, and again the same room, same time period. It was after resetting the alarm, the security guard stood with us and told us what happened at our previous alarm the week before. He had sat down after we left, commenced writing the fire call in a security log. That's when something moved in the corner of his eye in the desk, and he watched a metal paper punch slide itself along the length of the table, and then just fall to the floor. He was pretty freaked out, and he said he started doing research into the building. His research found that although now a computer data center, the building was previously a ward for a psychiatric hospital. The room in which the automatic fire alarm were constantly being activated was the scene of a fatal fire decades ago. A fire in which a female patient had burnt to death. The false alarms calls ended after a new fire station was built, which changed our response area, and the psychiatric hospital was far too away. I'd be interested to know if these 2 a.m., 3 a.m. calls are still ongoing. Rescue drill encounter. It was around 2004, and we were told we'd be doing a firefighter down drill. That would simulate the rescue of a firefighter who had collapsed in full firefighting turnout gear and breathing apparatus. The venue for this drill was a vacant former woman's prison. It had been built in the 1800s, complete with sandstone dungeons and cellars. So we arrived at the venue, and a firefighter was chosen by the drilling instructions to be the victim. Was dressed in his full firefighting gear, including breathing apparatus, taking down these sort of sandstone-lined tunnels into the dungeons. In the meantime, we prepared ourselves in similar gear. But we would wear blacked face masks to simulate smoke. And this would require us to search in patterns and do sweeps with our arms and legs to feel for victims and obstacles. The drill instructor emerged from the tunnel, told us there was a firefighter down. The firefighter down also had a transceiver to communicate, and a PDU, a personal distress unit, to sound alarm. And we to head in and commence a search to rescue him, and as we donned our breathing apparatus, the firefighter down victim came racing out of the tunnel, absolutely white and terrified and babbling. After a few seconds, composing himself enough to say that there's something fucking down there and it's not normal. He stated while he was waiting for the drill to commence, he was laid on the floor, could feel the temperature in the room drop massively and rapidly to the point where it was near freezing. Then he felt something grab him violently in the shoulder. Turned his torch on, saw absolutely nothing. Then realized it was time to get out as soon as possible. Ran out as best as his gear would allow. There were around 20 of us in there in that drill. We entered the tunnel to check what, if anything, had occurred. We saw nothing, but the temperature had dropped massively. This was on a beautiful warm summer's day. Firefighter to this day holds firm that something grabbed him violently that day. It coincided with the temperature drop. Make of this what you will. And I'd like to apologize that if you can tell I'm out of breath, but producer guy keeps thinking that I'm not sick and full of shit and lying, and that I'm not sick and that I'm not losing my home. But both of those things are true. So I'm trying to record as many as I can here in one sitting to prove my point. But everybody's probably asleep at this point, so that's why I'm putting it all the way at the tail end. My father's encounter. It was in the early 1950s. My father had been to the choir practice in the evening, and it had finished a lot later than usual. My father was sure he'd get in trouble for being home so late. So, to minimize the time on his journey home, he reluctantly decided to take a shortcut through the church cemetery. As he walked, he told me how he had a very unnerving feeling. It was a feeling that somebody was following him, but after looking back a couple of times and seeing nothing, he hurried along. Again, as he walked, he turned, and this time, he was seeing a man walking behind him. The man was dressed in what my father described as attire from the 1800s. Top hat, cane, suit, and tails. Well, suit tails or coat tails, I guess. I think that's what they meant. Or maybe he had tails, I don't know. My father walked along briskly and kept looking over his shoulder to the man behind him. The path was gravel. My father was taken aback by the fact that as the man walked, his shoes made no sound whatsoever on the gravel pathway. The path was adjacent to a large, tall, sandstone wall, and my father stopped to have a look once more at this man following him. The man stared back at my father, turned and walked straight through the solid sandstone. Why can't I speak? Solid sandstone wall. My father hurried along on his journey home again, and he told me he was scared by what he saw, because he couldn't really process it at the time that he was so worried about the trouble he'd get in for being late. I had a terrifying experience one summer evening, and it still haunts me. It was a normal evening. We were at my cousin Jenna's house, with my little sister Fried Draws and my cousin Aya. The adults were sleeping downstairs in the basement. It was set up as a living space, so they were completely out of earshot. It was summer and hot outside, and we were having a blast. We were dancing and laughing and talking about everything and nothing. Basically, it was a normal night. Aya went to the kitchen to get something, came running back panicked, shouting that there was someone in the house. We thought she was joking, but she looked serious, so we stopped laughing and followed her. But honestly, we thought it was just a prank, and then we heard noises. Not normal noises. It sounded like somebody was rummaging through the cabinets, looking for kitchen utensils. At first we thought it was one of the adults who had gone downstairs, but there was something off about the sound. It wasn't just somebody getting something from the kitchen. It sounded like hurried, almost stealthy footsteps. Me and Jenna, a little bit freaked out, went down the hallway to check it out, and there we saw a man. He had a knife in his hand, and I think my heart stopped for a second. We screamed, we yelled, and we ran into a room and locked the door. But the adults didn't hear us. We screamed, but nothing. No response. It's like we were in a completely different reality, all alone in the house. I grabbed my phone, called my parents. I still remember how long it took for them to answer, and felt like an eternity. It was probably only maybe 5 minutes. That's when they finally answered. They immediately called the police, but by the time the cops arrived, the man had already run away. Never found him. And after that, we couldn't sleep. I spent the whole night crying. Even now, years later, I still think about that scene and the fear I felt. We never really recovered from that experience. And that fear never really leaves us. Something like this changes your life. But that was just the beginning. After that incident, things got even stranger. Not only did we experience intense moments of fear, but I also began having strange dreams, almost every night. And in these strange dreams, almost every night, I would see this man with a knife, but in a different way. Sometimes he would stand in the shadows, watching the house as if he was maybe observing us, and other times he was in the room with us. Nobody else seemed to see him. It was terrifying. and every time I woke up I felt like that presence was still following me. I also dreamed of doors closing by themselves, windows slamming shut suddenly, sounds coming from the room next door, as if the man was still there. Even had the feeling that he was in my dreams to warn me that something worse was going to happen. And after each dream, I would wake up suddenly, my heart racing, my breath short. And even after all this time, those dreams still linger, reminding me of what we experienced that night. Now I'm 18 years old, and I can tell you that this was just the beginning. Since that night, I've had hundreds of paranormal experiences, some even stranger than this one, believe it or not. But what I'm saying is completely true. Maybe some of you here have had similar experiences. My friend teleported. So back when I was 13 or 14, my two friends, Ella and Jay, were over at my house. We lived in Alabama. Shout out to Alabama. So lots of forest around my house. I think it was sometime in the afternoon. Sun's still out, going strong. I had one of those bikes with the pegs on the back wheels. We decided to go in our little clubhouse. It was a broken down abandoned house just a street away. And in context, the road that we lived in split into a Y. The right side of the Y being a dirt road that led to a dead end. So it was my house, neighbor's house, then the dirt road. And on that dirt road on the right side, so the side closest to my house, there's a trailer, and then the broken house, which is important. So we started walking over. I was pushing my bike as we goofed off and talked about dumb things, as youngsters do. Also important to note that Jay was very sensitive to paranormal activity. We were very hyper and creative as kids, so personally I never was as sensitive as her, nor did I ever know it was real. She would talk about how at one point when we were younger, she bonded with this spirit named Josh, and he would speak to her and occasionally move things around. Never saw it myself, so I was never sure. But I will say that she has had very weird experiences around my neighborhood, and she did mention it was almost a hotspot of sorts. This walk that was sort of broken by the broken down house, I'd say was about 5 or 6 minutes, normal pace. Finally step into the yard of the place, and Elle and I are talking like normal about random things. We get closer to the door and we notice that Jay wasn't talking anymore. We look over at her, and let me tell you, I've never seen such a blank expression on her face before. Elle and I are asking her if she's okay and what's wrong. No response. Jay keeps walking to the door and stops dead in her tracks. Slowly she bends down and picks up a massive shard of broken glass, then turns toward us. No words, dead eyes, blank expression. Elle and I start to freak out. What are you doing? Why'd you pick that up? Why are you looking at us like that? No reply. Jay starts to very slowly, almost calculatedly, take a step toward us. This sets us off. I started running toward the dirt road, pushing my bike. Elle starts screaming not to leave her, and we book it. I'm pushing my bike, and I jump on it in motion. Elle jumps on the back to stand on the pegs, and as we fly down the road, we both glance back. Jay's just standing in the middle of the yard of the house with a sinister look in her face. Maybe 30 seconds later, Elle and I come into view of the house, and we see Jay walking out of the open garage confused. Elle and I are freaking out, not knowing how she got there before us. We were on a bike going fast. She was still standing in that yard. Took us 30 seconds to get back when it's like a 5-minute walk. Even if she started sprinting through the woods from where we lost sight of her, she couldn't have made it back before us. She wasn't sweating or disheveled or anything. We hesitantly walked up to her in the driveway, and she suddenly was all normal. "Hey guys, what happened?" We explained the situation and the craziness that just occurred to her. She was just confused. All I remember is that I woke up in the garage. You guys were gone. So yeah, that was the most supernatural paranormal experience that I and probably my friend Elle has ever witnessed. Still no possible explanation that I've heard. Though somebody jokingly threw out the idea of a skinwalker before, I think that somehow she teleported. And honestly, one of the most mind-baffling things I've ever experienced, and 12 years later I still don't know. Anybody have those theories? Saw the lady white twice. Waned to share my experience, which we will assume is wanted. Waned. It was around 9:30 to 9:45 at night. I was driving down these country roads, coming back from work. I was listening to music, kinda just watching the road. And then suddenly, about probably 10-15 feet in front of my car on the right side shoulder, I saw a lady in a white dress. It was kind of really bright and kind of glowing, crying. She also had really long black hair. I guess I could wait to describe her as the girl from The Ring. I swerved slightly. The whole rest of the drive home that night was filled with mild anxiety and slight panic. That night really unsettled me. The second encounter about 2 weeks-ish later. Again, it was about 9:30, 9:45. I was taking the same road from work, and this time it looked like her again. It was kind of a blinding flash as she passed mere inches in front of my headlights. Hit the brakes and there was nobody behind me. Both times I was completely alone on the road and slowed down quite a bit, but as soon as she touched my car, she would vanish. Here's the part that really scares me, though. After she vanished for a couple of miles, I felt a really strong, malicious presence in the backseat of my car. I looked in the rear view and saw the top of a head, and the hair, jet black. Turned off the music, and every 2 seconds I glanced back, I saw the same black hair just at the top of the head. Soon I slowed down to almost a stop and just fully turned and looked, and no one was there. And this all happened about a month ago. Haven't seen her since. Still scared to drive at night. My uncle's first house is certified haunted. My uncle and his family had multiple generations grow up in the same house. It was a beautiful 3-story Queen Anne Victorian home. It was built in the 1890s by his great-grandfather. His family owned it up until about the 70s. Changed hands outside the family until the 90s. It was after my uncle was able to purchase it after establishing his own successful architectural firm. Pinky up. Multiple people in this family from earlier generations died in the house in the early 1900s. Some from natural causes, a couple from disease, like scarlet fever and typhoid. As soon as my uncle moved in, strange things started happening. Cabinets in the kitchen would be open when no one was home. Phantom footsteps were heard, and the weirdest thing, knocks on the door in the middle of the night when no one would be there. One of these instances of knocking on the front door to nobody being there, and my uncle got a call the next morning from his dad saying his great-uncle, who had lived in the house as a kid, had died the night before, around the same time as the knock was heard. My own experience in the house was when I was in my late teens. My uncle's family was out of town. They asked if I could sit the dogs for them, and I always looked forward to it because the house is huge. They had a massive pool in the backyard to enjoy, and I did sort of secretly dread it too, because the house was so damn creepy at night. Old furniture, old family pictures, old light fixtures, straight out of a haunted house movie. One night when I was getting ready for bed, on the second floor, dogs perked up. Sort of strange to me. They all came into the same room I was in, sat staring out into the hall. Shortly after, I heard the sound of distinct footsteps coming down the hallway of the third floor above. Then the footsteps down the stairs to my floor. I was frozen in fear. Footsteps stopped about halfway down the stairs, and not another sound was heard the rest of the night. I didn't sleep a wink. That last part of the story happened a few years ago, but after they moved out of the house to downsize. The new owner called my uncle a month after moving in, and after some cordial conversation, the new owner asked my uncle, "This might be weird, but did you have anything strange happen to you in this house?" My uncle responded, "Well, yes, when you first moved in, but what exactly do you mean?" The new owner explained that he was having some work done on the third floor. He hired painters to repaint some of the walls. The new owner left the house to run a quick errand and came back to all the painters sitting outside of the front porch looking concerned. When the new owner asked what was going on, one of the painters said, "Mister, we ain't come back in there. Something strange on the third floor we can't figure out." The painter elaborated that one of his workers was by himself on the third floor. Felt a distinct touch of a hand on his shoulder. When he turned around expecting one of his painter buddies, nobody was there. The other thing that happened to the new owner was his brother came to stay the night. He was set up on the third floor when the new owner woke up the next morning. He found his brother asleep on the couch on the first floor. He asked his brother why he had changed rooms. The brother said, "You're not going to believe this, but I was getting ready for bed when I was putting away some clothes, and I felt like somebody touched my shoulder, and when I turned around, no one was there." My uncle responded to these stories, saying, "Oh yeah, don't worry. It was just my old family members welcoming you to the home. It'll get used to after a while." Knocking on bedroom door in the middle of the night. Before I start, I'd like to mention that this is from a few months ago, so the events aren't really fresh in my mind. The reason I'm even posting about this now is I had to pop into my mind for the first time since the day after it happened, and I was immediately filled with the most intense feeling of terror and dread I've ever felt, and probably ever. This then made me realize I'd never even told anybody about this, aside from my mom, so here I go. While sleeping, I'm suddenly woken up in the middle of the night. It had to have been about 3 or 4 a.m. It was to 3 clear, semi-loud, distinct knocks on my bedroom door. I am very sure this was not apart from any dream or my imagination for many reasons, one of which will become apparent soon, but the knocks were extremely clear and vivid. Even though they woke me up, it's weird, I know. The knocks weren't slow or drawn out or anything like that. Just 3 somewhat fast, casual knocks. Like if you just arrived at a friend's house after texting them or something like that. Only thing I can think of to compare it to. In my sleepy state, I just assumed it was my mom or something. It's not uncommon for her to come into my room at night to say goodnight. So before going to open the door, I go to put on pants. I sleep naked, by the way. And as I'm getting dressed, I hear it. 3 more distinct knocks, clear as before, in the exact same manner as before. This completely wakes me up and brings me to a realization. If it really was my mom or another family member, especially at this time of night, they would have just come into my room after knocking and would definitely say something, especially if it was important enough to wake me up in the middle of the night. So, in my now uneasy state, I walk over to the door, making sure that it's definitely not locked or anything. By this point, I'm feeling extremely off-put, so as anybody would do, I look under the door, looking to the hallway. Well, it's empty, you guessed it. So, signs or even sounds from anybody, nothing. I'd like to add I haven't had any footsteps or sounds whatsoever. This is the second floor, wooden floor. So if anybody was walking, I would have heard it, and I'd call out hello. No response. From this point, nothing really happens. I stay up pacing and look out into the door and make sure there's nothing. Well, I envy anybody undisturbed enough to be sleeping naked at night. I need to feel ready. I'm in full clothes. Sweet dreams in whatever clothes you're wearing. See ya.